Good evening and welcome back to Will Bratton WX. We are covering a 10% Sig 1 tornado risk tonight with all hazards on the table, as well as we jump right into things in our categorical outlook. You can see we're up here in the northern plains and the northern part of the Midwest with this enhanced risk really just for Fargo essentially and surrounding areas, of course. But on our tornado probabilistic outlook for tonight, you can see a pretty large 2% area, which will extend all the way down that line of thunderstorms. But we're also going to be seeing that 10% region showing up in and around Fargo with a Sig 1 risk where we could have a strong tornado or two. So we're going to be watching that very, very closely tonight. Wind damage, of course, our probabilities have been dropped down a little bit after this morning's probable derecho. That was a pretty crazy storm, really, that just blew all the way through South Dakota and into Minnesota earlier this afternoon and morning. That was a very, very powerful storm. So we are down to just a 15% Sig 1 area for our wind damage. And then for hail, we haven't really changed since this morning when we filmed our forecast video. If you haven't watched that, definitely go ahead and give that a quick listen while we have a minute before things get too terribly active here. Now, you can view all of these maps for yourself on our website, WillBrattonWx.com. Really, really great tool. You can also download these images and even right click and copy them so you can get your very specific zoom if you really want it. You can right click and copy that image. So lots of different ways that you can share weather information with your friends and family when you use our website, WillBrattonWx.com. So definitely check that out. In other news, Germany and Paraguay are in overtime at the World Cup right now in the round of 32. We're going to jump right into things today. We have a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings already on the map. One of them out in North Carolina. So this one is going to be for Henderson County, and this one is just a giant wind bag. So 70-mile-per-hour winds tagged on this guy. It's not the most, heavy rain-producing storm here. At least it doesn't currently seem that way. Although perhaps I need to go up in the... Okay, we're just a little bit close to the radar. I see what's going on. So we definitely have a pretty strong thunderstorm here in areas like Hendersonville, Flat Rock, Balfour, and Mountain Home. So I can turn on composite reflectivity here, and you'll see as we look a little higher in the atmosphere, these storms are just very close to the radar coming out of Greenville here. So very, very close to the radar, and obviously these storms are producing up to golf ball size hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds as tagged by the National Weather Service. We also have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings that are tagged with considerable as well down here in Texas, where we have one of these is about to expire in 8 minutes, 70-mile-per-hour winds on that one, and some small hail. Same thing with the other one to the south. Both of those are on the verge of expiration. Those are for Collingsworth, Donley, Gray, and Wheeler counties down here in Texas. We are in northern Texas, just east of Amarillo. Now, they have just issued another considerable severe thunderstorm warning for the northernmost cluster of storms. That one is going to be again tagged with 70-mile-per-hour winds and that small-sized hail. Nothing super crazy in there. It's really a wind damage threat. We can look at some of these velocities, and this one actually may have a little bit of rotation going on here. So that's certainly interesting. Near Heaton. Around 4,000 feet, a little bit of broad rotation starting to develop here. Nothing crazy. Of course, we are expecting showers and thunderstorms, maybe some of them isolated, becoming severe in areas like Texas, out through the mid-Atlantic, and even the southeast potentially tonight, and up through Michigan as well. But down in Georgia, we have a couple of severe thunderstorms going on right now. These are probably just going to be wind producers. Yeah, just 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail, just your baseline severe thunderstorm warning here. Out in Georgia, these are for Baldwin, Hancock, Washington, Wilkinson, Emmanuel, Jefferson, Johnson counties down there in Georgia. Up in Michigan, we do have Baraga and Marquette counties within a severe thunderstorm warning as well. This is another wind-producing event, so 60-mile-per-hour wind gusts headed toward the general Marquette area and also really just pushing through all of the Upper Peninsula of Michigan. Out in North Dakota, here's where kind of the star of the show is going to be tonight. We have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is for Adams and Hettinger counties down here in southwestern South Dakota. This one's just tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and small hail as well. And then up in McHenry County in North Dakota here, we have another 60-mile-per-hour wind producer up here. So just a lot of wind potential this evening in terms of some of these storms, but initial convection, such as any of these starting to fire off down here in central North Dakota, anything that can remain discrete is going to pose that greatest risk for tornadic development. Now, I need to take a look at some observations when I get a minute here to see where exactly our warm front set up. But any cells that are able to remain discrete and ride along that warm front boundary are going to pose the most significant risk by far for tornadoes this evening. And that is where the potential for a strong tornado or two is going to be as well, if we can get multiple supercells to just kind of follow along that warm front. And I'm assuming it's set up somewhere through this area because that enhanced and that 10% risk is near Fargo. But that would just be an educated guess. We did get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning on the southern cluster of storms as well. That one's going to last another hour and 5 minutes. These storms are not moving anywhere quick. As you can see, they are tagged with moving northeast at just about 30 miles per hour. Still bringing those 70-mile-per-hour winds. Bringing the heat there. Out in Minnesota for Koochiching County. That's awesome. Up here near Big Falls, Little Fork, Ray, Ericksburg, south of International Falls. There's another thunderstorm going on up here, where this one is going to be tagged with 1-inch hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds as well. Now, we're not expecting our tornado risk to really ramp up until slightly later. That's not where I want to go. Slightly later in the evening tonight. So really around like maybe 7 or 8, things will start to ramp up out in the northern plains. Whereas some of our previous severe weather risk and tornado risks that we've covered have been a little bit earlier in the evening in terms of when exactly they get going, I should say. We're going to stay with everything tonight for the entire duration of this event until probably around midnight. So looking at about a 6-hour broadcast, excuse me, here tonight, as that tornado threat is expected to run until around 11 or maybe even midnight Central Time here tonight. Right now, for me, it is 5:55 p.m. here in Central Time. We do have a lot of folks in the chat here tonight. I appreciate everyone tuning in so early. If you are here early, make sure that you leave a like and a comment. It'll help us hit the algorithm and get in touch with more people who can hopefully stay weather aware as a result. So definitely smash the like button if you can. One thing that is worth pointing out, by the way, is that we do have a pretty significant fire weather risk going on out in the Colorado area. And I actually do have a picture from one of our newly signed storm chasers that I'm going to ask if I can show this. But we have a picture from one of those fires out there in Aspen Acres in Colorado. Areas like Beulah and Rye are under mandatory evacuation right now out there in Colorado. So a very scary situation with some of these fires down there. It has just been quite dry in some of those regions. Summer Dragoness, we are happy to have you here. And Logan in the chat, a regular now, saying, so many natural disasters this month. You are absolutely right. Had earthquakes, we've had fires, we've had tsunami risks. So we didn't get a tsunami out of those earthquakes, but there was a risk for them. We've had all sorts of tornadoes, large hail, derechos. We've had it all. Here's a look at the Storm Prediction Center's fire outlook. It's kind of, I'll try to center it a little better here. But yeah, we can go ahead and enable some of these cities, and you can see areas like Grand Junction, even near Vegas, Ragstaff, Phoenix, Flagstaff. I don't know why I said Ragstaff. Flagstaff, Arizona, and Phoenix, Arizona, Tucson, literally all the way down to the Mexican border. Albuquerque included in that as well. Even Colorado Springs and Denver just included on the eastern side of the mountains there. So a lot of these areas have not seen a ton of precipitation lately. When they have, it's been kind of isolated, large spurts of precipitation. So a lot of that water just runs right off. When you get a lot of it at once, it can't really permeate into the surface. So we are at an elevated level 1 out of 3 risk for our fire weather. Tomorrow, things are going to ramp up, though. We are going to be having a 2 out of 3 critical risk for pretty much the same areas, Flagstaff through Grand Junction. So just on the western side of the mountains. And then out to our day 3 and beyond, things are calmed down a little bit, which is good. A little bit of cooler air is going to make its way into that neck of the woods as well. We've already seen some snow going on in Montana and Idaho, which is pretty insane. Yeah, like Logan said, we even had a tornado warning out in Oregon the other day. That was crazy. That was unexpected. Very, very unexpected, to say the least. I am happy that we have been live for covering a lot of these events. I think it's really important that we can give good live coverage to as many areas as possible. Of course, we're covering the entire United States right now. Eventually, we'll branch into Canada for convective events, but that may not be for another year or two. We do have a flash flood warning that was just put in place, I think just a minute ago, really. I guess like it was about a half hour ago, but yeah, a flash flood warning is in place for Bottineau County in North Dakota. This is right along the Canadian border up here. Looks like we do have some cumulus starting to bubble off along some sort of an outflow boundary, or perhaps that's just the cold front. And it's just kicking up dust in this area near the radar here. But we do have a couple of storms starting to fire off and already immediately becoming linear and growing upscale a little bit. So those types of storms that are going to quickly grow into a line here, those are going to pose our greatest risk for that straight line wind damage. But any storms that can remain discrete and start to move along that warm front towards the east, they will just ride that warm front and could produce a strong tornado or two. Now, embedded in that line of thunderstorms, we still could see a tornado or two embedded in there. All right. Let's go ahead and check in on what's going on in North Carolina, as we do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning out there. We can go ahead and smack on our composite reflectivity and see that this storm is still looking healthy. Still tagged for 70-mile-per-hour winds and golf ball sized hail. It doesn't look insanely impressive, but I think we're not getting the top of the storm because we are too close to the radar units. Try the Charlotte. I mean, that's a terminal radar. This storm could also just be starting to dissipate a little bit. Down here in Georgia, we still have 2 severe thunderstorm warnings going on in about central Georgia-ish. Back in Texas, we do still have multiple considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. This northernmost cell looks like it could become a little bit of a hail producer. So let's take a volumetric scan of that. And we can see that hail core starting to tower up here. So that's a more recent development here. It didn't look like that a little bit longer ago, as far as I recall anyway. Maybe I am malinformed. Yeah, it was not looking quite like that a little while ago. So definitely a little bit of a hail core developing here near Codman, going right up the interstate towards Miami here in Texas. Got a question coming in saying, is a radar station one tower or can they be a series of close towers? A radar unit is one, it looks like a golf ball on top of a little pedestal. I'll pull it up. This is what it looks like here. So that is what the radar looks like. You want them to be as close to the ground as possible without getting too much ground clutter. So it just looks like a giant golf ball on top of a pedestal. We did notice there was a little bit of rotation in, I think it was this storm up here earlier. Yeah, and that is definitely broadened out and weakened significantly near Miami. There's not really much of any tornado threat going on in areas like Texas today. It's possible that we see a spin up tornado, but I can't really imagine that we would see, more than really like a brief tornado or maybe a couple land spouts getting kicked up, but not too concerned about Texas today, outside of the possible wind threat, of course. And we have that wind threat down in the southeast through Florida, Georgia, and the Carolinas as well, but it's just not the most significant threat in the world. Looks like the Storm Prediction Center has literally just upgraded possibly the hail outlook for today. Which is interesting. We do have a new area of a second Sig 1 going on down here. I can go ahead and zoom this in a bit. So this one's going to be for Nebraska, where I'm assuming what they're looking at. Now, I haven't had the chance to look at models or anything since this morning because I had a little bit of a prior commitment this afternoon and then work before that. But what I would imagine this is these southern end Charlies on the end of this line of thunderstorms. Any of these cells that remain semi-discrete could definitely pose the risk for some hail as they continue to push out in that direction. I'm assuming that is what that is for. We did just get an upgrade to a destructive severe thunderstorm warning down here, this time for 80-mile-per-hour winds. And this is radar indicated. Not exactly what I expected to see, to be honest here. But yeah, definitely a destructive severe thunderstorm warning. So that is our first destructive severe thunderstorm warning of the night going on down here in Texas. So this is just northeast of Pampa and further northeast of Amarillo. Right up the interstate that heads back to Oklahoma towards Arnett. Things are pretty calm around the nation right now. Again, just 6 total severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 flash flood warning right now. I see Raul Perez in the chat asking about Puerto Rico. You definitely won't get 121 or 101 degrees Celsius. That would be the sun on Earth. Not actually, but that would be, unbelievably hot. Definitely will be getting some heat out there in Puerto Rico, though. we are having a high pressure system that's going to be parked over the eastern half of the United States, and that could definitely see the lingering effects in Puerto Rico, as well as some of that warmer air is just brought to the north and brought right past Puerto Rico. And again, things are decently quiet around the map right now. We just have a handful of severe thunderstorm warnings and one flash flood warning. Got a question from Lisa saying, does St. Louis use Springfield or the one, Springfield, Missouri, or the one in Illinois? They actually use both. So they kind of need to use all of them. And a lot of times for St. Louis, since we don't launch balloons here at the moment anymore, as far as I recall anyway, they have to rely on modeled soundings a lot too. And genuinely, the lack of soundings that we have is by far the biggest limitation in meteorology right now. We need more soundings and we need more radars, but most importantly, we need more soundings. I know I showed this map pretty much every stream at this point. I'll show it again. So here's this map. Okay, sure. Here's this map of radar coverage that we have. So anything that you're seeing there that gets into the orange, blue, and white category is not good. We need radars filling those areas. But more importantly, we need weather balloons, because right now what we're seeing is really this entire section of the country is not launching any balloons like at all, really. They're launching like maybe once a day. Some of them aren't launching at all. And the problem is funding for it. We need funding. We need more balloons being launched. It's like this entire area of the country. It's a major, major problem. And you might think, well, why does it matter if there are soundings launched out here in these areas when most of the severe weather happens out in the plains and back towards the Midwest and towards the Southeast? But it's because where does our weather come from, right? We get low pressure systems that come off of the Rockies a lot of the times, and they push off in some direction, various different tracks that these low pressure systems can take. And those are what drive our severe weather. So everything that comes from this area is heading off to the east and driving the severe weather that we get. So we really need those soundings. It's incredibly important. That is the number one issue in meteorology right now, and it's not even remotely close. Looks like this hail core is starting to ramp back up, so we'll take another quick look at it. It's not anything insanely impressive, but definitely some large hail going on in here, probably golf ball size, which is probably what they still have it tagged for. Actually, they have it tagged for smaller than golf ball size. They have it just at quarter size. But I think this could be up to golf ball size here, especially if it uptrends over the next scan, as we're getting 60 plus DBZ values reaching 20,000 feet. So costs and logistics aside, would radar stations up high on the Rockies be just as effective reading in those conditions compared to somewhere in the plains? In theory, sort of. But one of the things you have to think about is if you have a mountain, let me just go to a blank spot on the map. I'll draw this out nice and easy here. So if you have some mountain, right, like this, there's your mountain. Really, really good drawing. Maybe you have a tiny little ledge and a plateau right here, and you want to put a radar there, right? So there's your golf ball on top of your platform, okay? And the problem is, eventually the beam is already so high, so you need to use a negative tilt angle so the beam would go down. But eventually the beam is going to hit the surface and start interacting with structures that we have there, hitting people. These radars send out a lot of radiation, a lot of powerful energy, so we can't just be shooting radiation towards the surface. It can be somewhat dangerous. So the most you can get away with, there's a couple of radars that use a negative 0.2 degree tilt angle. So just ever so slightly, the radar beam goes down. And the reason for that is the curvature of the Earth, that we can get away with that. So that radar beam will never actually hit the ground due to the curvature of the Earth. And what Adrian is saying in the chat is completely correct. He said, basically, the upper aerodynamics driving this event are sitting over top the giant observed data hole. If we cannot get observed data, we're relying on computer-generated data for nowcasting needs. And more importantly, the models can't train themselves. The model has no way to know when it's making mistakes and when it is accurate, because we don't have data to verify the model. So we're just basically flying blind and flying entirely on machine learning and previous trends, and whatnot when we don't have that data. Kevin saying that 18Z Her had cells by now in Western Minnesota. We don't have any. Don't rely on cams, folks. Yeah, and that's another thing. So I wasn't really expecting cells until a little bit later this evening, until around, or at least discrete cells in Minnesota anyway, until probably around 7 or 8 p.m. Central. And you just can't rely on our models all the time. And it's not that the models are bad, it's that we're not feeding them data. It's just like if you have an athlete, right? The athlete might be incredibly talented, but if you don't give the athlete food and water, they're going to shrivel up and not be able to perform. It's that simple. Seeing that Paraguay versus Germany is now into penalties, which is insane. Don saying, so going up a mountain, it would be more ideal to have a series of them going up like steps, like in the ideal world of full US coverage. I mean, in theory, that's definitely possible. But one issue, if you're on the side of a mountain, is that the radar beam can only go one direction. You know, like if we're on the side of the mountain here, the radar beam, it can't go backwards, right? Because it's just going to hit the mountain, and you're going to get all sorts of contamination. And another issue with mountains is that, you know, it's not usually just one peak. You have tons of mountains going on, so it's kind of impossible to really have like radars in the mountains that won't deal with tons of interference. Yeah, Paraguay have definitely been playing well. I am sitting here score watching a little bit. While I was setting up our broadcast for tonight, I was watching that match in the background. Leighton Varnell from Oklahoma saying, howdy, I'm new here. Well, welcome. We're happy to have you. Make sure to like and subscribe so you don't miss our future forecast videos and broadcasts. Oklahoma, I'm assuming that's what the OK at the end of your name means. We are not looking crazy at the moment, especially not in Oklahoma. We're not really expecting anything out in Oklahoma. Don saying, appreciate the answers. New to any kind of meteorology / radar reading. Yeah, look, I mean, it's, you know, what I choose to do for a living. So obviously I love it and I am biased, but I think it is very interesting. And it's also an important skill to have just a very elementary understanding of, because the reality is the weather is like pretty much the only thing in the world that impacts everyone every day, no matter what. So it is important to have some situational awareness skills with the weather. We do have 60 dBz targets getting lofted about 30,000 feet in the air now with the cell near Miami. So probably getting towards that golf ball sized hail potentially there. Kaysen saying, I only went to California once last December, and I remember checking the radar and going, wow, that's a ton of mountains. Yeah. Sean Hammond in the chat, who recently sent us an email talking about a recommendation to fix the font and the size of the font on our cities on our radar map. And I did actually do that like a week and a half ago because I had the same criticism from a different somebody. And it didn't save, I guess. And I never realized it. No one ever mentioned it again. So I just never thought about it. But we have increased the size of the city names on the map to make them more readable. And we've also changed the font to match our branding. So everything is looking nice and clean on our map here, hopefully. The OK does stand for Oklahoma. Yes, awesome. Glad to know that I am a wizard and I can read minds. Seeing questions about a radar app. So we're currently using GR Analyst version 3, GR2 Analyst version 3. So it's a Gibson Ridge product. It is pretty much the industry standard for the National Weather Service and the private sector. It's kind of the cream of the crop, but it is expensive and it does have its limitations. One day we will probably build out our own custom radar, but that is nowhere near in the cards for right now, as we are a very, very young brand here. We did have our considerable severe thunderstorm warning in North Carolina get lifted. Out in Georgia, we're down to just one severe thunderstorm warning tag for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail. And then we have our pair of severe thunderstorm warnings in Texas, one destructive and one considerable for 80-mile-per-hour winds and 70-mile-per-hour winds, respectively. And that is it. That's all we have on the map. At the bottom of your screen, you'll see a couple of numbers saying 4 severe thunderstorm warnings and 1 flash flood warning. And that should update in a second to say 3 severe thunderstorm warnings, because we are in fact down to just 3 severe thunderstorm warnings on the map right now. And 1 flash flood warning, of course. Now, again, that tornado threat is going to ramp up a little bit later this evening. Seeing a question about Sioux Falls, we're definitely going to have some storms up in Sioux Falls tonight, whether that is a discrete or semi-discrete cell that rolls through that area, or it's attached to our line of thunderstorms as things grow a little bit more upscale later in the evening. But definitely we are going to have some storms out there in Sioux Falls nonetheless, and the potential for a tornado or two, as well as wind damage and hail damage. Especially wind. Wind is really the primary threat in Sioux Falls. I'm expecting things to be a little more linear around there. So essentially more of a line of thunderstorms and less of a tornado risk or hail risk. Just wind. But a tornado and hail cannot be ruled out by any stretch in that area. Seeing a question in the chat, how much does a radar station roughly cost? Or the averages, I assume they're not all the same. Honestly, I have no idea. Expensive. And the maintenance is extremely expensive as well. And you have to have someone operating the radar as well. So they are mostly fully automated once they're up and running, but there's a lot of maintenance that's required with them. A very quick Google search has returned to me that each radar station costs about 10 to 15 million to construct. But that doesn't include buying the land, all those types of things, maintenance, repairs. As we know, a lot of our radar units like to go down at really inconvenient times, unfortunately. The 88D is the standard of NexRad radars right now. So that is the one that we would want. Yeah, Sean talking about in the chat, Baron and Lynx and a sweep weather. Honestly, I haven't really looked into any other visualization programs. I really love GR Analyst. It's really top tier stuff. I'm sure that there will come a point where I will want to branch out or build my own radar program. But for now, especially early on, we are definitely sticking with GR Analyst, GR2 Analyst version 3. We're using that level 3 radar data. We're getting everything we need. We can plug in our own derived products. I can put in place files, all sorts of things that I need. Don saying the lighthouses of the future. Yep, pretty much. We don't need that many more radars. I mean, I can show the map again. We kind of went through this exercise last time, but I don't mind doing it every single broadcast. It's an interesting topic to me. I'm going to go ahead and draw in this magenta color roughly where I think we need radars the most. So we need one down here in the Mississippi Delta. That one's pretty important. One in southeastern Missouri, one in northern Missouri, one up here near the Iowa and Minnesota border, another one in northwest Minnesota, another one in the middle of South Dakota, and then one out near the edge of the Oklahoma Panhandle, just the border between New Mexico, Oklahoma, Texas, and Colorado. We need one there as well. We also need another one down in southern Oklahoma, and one out in eastern Texas wouldn't hurt, but it's not incredibly necessary. Those are the most significant ones to me. Oh, and then lastly, the Nebraska Panhandle. So those are the most significant ones to me, in my personal opinion. Of course, there are various other areas where another radar would be helpful, such as out here in Montana, or up here in Wisconsin, even out in North Carolina, for example. And then obviously all across the West Coast. But of course, the mountains limit things a lot. You can see a lot of the radars on the west side of the map are going to look a lot more sporadic and less circular because of the mountains and other orographic features that interfere with the radar beam. But yeah, those are the most significant areas, and that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So 10 different radars that we really need to build across the United States. So take the 15 million that I mentioned, or whatever it was. I think it was like 15 million or something to construct the radar, and then turn that into 150 million. And then you got to increase that money by a lot in terms of maintenance as well and staffing. So you're really looking at probably around 150 million to 200 million to build all those radars. And then you're looking at somewhere really around, like, I don't know, maybe another 50 million a year in terms of staff and maintenance and things like that. Maybe 100 million a year. I don't know, to be honest with you. It's expensive stuff, and that's part of the issue. We did just get another considerable severe thunderstorm warning downstream of our original destructive severe thunderstorm warning. This one is going to be up here for Hemphill, Lipscomb, and Roberts counties in Texas. And it's tagged for some smaller hail and 70-mile-per-hour winds still, as that hail core is definitely looking to collapse a little bit. Out of North Carolina, we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning. This one is got an hour and 4 minutes on it. It's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. Down in Georgia, we still have another severe thunderstorm warning going on for Putnam County. And in North Carolina, by the way, that's Buncombe, McDowell, and Rutherford counties. And this one down here in Putnam County, Georgia, is tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some smaller hail as well. Nothing crazy going on. But a line pushing southward and almost southwestward through Georgia. Through Georgia here. So big old line of thunderstorms kind of coming down this direction. Okay. We got Kaysen in the chat saying for Northeast Texas, I believe Sulphur Springs or Paris would be the perfect spot for a radar. Yeah, I don't disagree. Sean talking about an X-band getting installed on his local radar, which has helped things a lot. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning up in North Carolina. This one is going to be for also Buncombe, Madison, and Yancey counties this time. So this is near areas like Bald Creek, Dillingham, Mars Hill, Jupiter, just north of Asheville. Seeing that Germany and Paraguay are 3-3 in penalties right now. And I'm hearing some sort of a reaction from my dad upstairs that I'm assuming is pertaining to that. So that's interesting. We'll see. We'll see if I can get an update here. But again, this is all we have going on the map right this second. Our severe thunderstorm warning that was in Minnesota has been lifted, of course. So we're just looking at Texas, North Carolina, and Georgia, but really Texas is our only significant concern going on right now. Our destructive severe thunderstorm warning is going to expire in just a minute, as it looks like Paraguay has won in penalties. So Germany have been shockingly eliminated in the round of 32. I cannot believe what I'm seeing. Unreal. Actually unreal. Out in Nebraska for Antelope and Knox counties, we did just get our first severe thunderstorm warning for what looks like a little bit of a discrete cell going on here. And there's a very nice boundary of some sort that it could interact with. So it's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and inch-sized hail. I'm going to assume this is a very young supercell here. It is in a little bit of a radar hole. Fork found in kitchen, unfortunately. I'm of the opinion that somewhere just south of Chamberlain needs to have a radar, if not just in Chamberlain here in South Dakota. We were literally in that area. We stopped in Chamberlain, and we were right here, right off the highway. There's a Taco John's, like literally right there, that overlooks the river, and we stopped there. And it was I was looking at the map, and I was like, man, this is the perfect spot to put a radar. This is a very, very young supercell up here. It's in Page, Orchard, Creighton, Center, headed towards areas like Lindy, Bloomfield, Crofton. It's moving pretty quick. They have it tagged as moving at 40 miles per hour about. Don asking, are there other infrastructure systems often built in conjunction with radars, or are they usually standalone operations outside of local news stations? Well, so the radar units are not associated with the news stations. Most of them are actually built at airports or near airports, or a lot of them anyway. But in general, they're kind of isolated and they stand on their own. Because there's so much radiation, you don't want to put an office right under it, for example. The buildings associated with them are really just maintenance buildings. So this is definitely a supercell to watch here, as it's got mid-level or upper level-ish 10,000 feet rotation going on. So definitely a supercell, and a very young one at that. I don't know if anyone is out there on this storm. Looks like we have one person, Shannon Wisely, out there headed towards the storm. Also Tyler Tyler Peck, excuse me. A couple other folks in the general vicinity as well. You can really see this boundary clear as day. Really, really well defined on the map here. Very, very, very well-defined boundary. So that's something to watch. Any storms that interact with it could pose an elevated threat for tornadoes at that point. Calamity Jess saying, I live in Wisconsin, but go out to Wyoming every year. It's tradition since I was a kid to stop at that Chamberlain Taco John's. That's hilarious. They were not happy to see us for some reason on that night that we went there. It was like like an hour before they close, and I have never seen restaurant employees so angry, like to see somebody. They were just really unhappy. I don't know what was going on. Food was good though. We did just get a flash flood warning, a considerable flash flood warning down in Brewster and Pecos County. So this is for northeast of Marathon, kind of right along the highway. So nothing observed, I don't believe. But a lot of rainfall falling in this area. So this is south of Fort Stockton. And of course, our two considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out here in Texas, we are still going to monitor them closely. But I am really interested in that supercell, very, very young supercell out in Nebraska for Antelope and Knox counties. Seeing Logan in the chat saying it's probably just because they want to go home. True. NATO Aaron saying, yo, your streams look very professional, especially since your account is new. I appreciate that. We've put in a lot of work, a lot of money invested. I think things are going really well. I'm really happy with where we're at, but I really appreciate that. Summer Dragoness saying, if it helps, we have a Taco John's here in my town in Wisconsin, and they didn't look happy to see us the last few times we went in. So maybe it's just part of the vibe. Maybe so. And then Logan saying there is a new severe thunderstorm watch for extreme northeast Nebraska, Iowa, Minnesota, and South Dakota. Yeah, we're going to have all sorts of watches put out tonight, I am sure. Let's go ahead and check in on our young little supercell out here. The good news is that it is moving like pretty much directly towards the radar. So at the very least, we'll have a better picture on it. This is just a really prominent boundary that's set up out here right now. And I don't know if it's moving. It is a moving boundary headed towards Sioux Falls. So it could in theory be like the bottom part of the cold front, but I don't think it makes sense for the cold front to be this far east at this point. So it's probably not. It's some residual boundary headed towards Sioux Falls right now. Sean Hammond asking, what is a long-term goal? Are you trying to avoid television, make this a 24-hour type of channel like Alabama Weather Network? Not exactly. I am trying to avoid television. I never had any intention of doing broadcast meteorology in any regard. This just kind of fell into my lap. I felt like it was a good idea. I felt like I had the skills and the support to do it, and a unique opportunity where I'm doing grad school and I happen to have the money to be able to invest in myself and try and make it happen. So I was like, you know what? Why not? Like, you only live once. Let's try to do it. So the ultimate goal is to just grow our reach as much as possible. I don't know about a 24/7 type of channel like the Alabama Weather Network with James Spann and everybody. Actually, a friend of mine from college is working with them as well. I don't know about that. We'll see. We'll see where things take us. The long-term goal is to do as much good in the community as we possibly can, to be cut and dry about it. We want my number one goal and everyone that we bring into our team, we are very focused on trying to give the best weather information possible without any kind of fear mongering or any of the revenue driven slop that exists in the space. And we're just trying to save lives the absolute best that we can. So we want to do charity work as well. Once we get a little larger and that's something more realistic. We have a lot of things in store. A lot of plans. Calamity just saying, I think fast food restaurants are really struggling right now, but generally Taco John's has the best menu. The potato olays are amazing. They are pretty good. Sean saying, keep grinding and people will come. Thank you. I appreciate that. And I tend to agree. I think if people, if you put out a good product and you are doing it for the right reasons, people will eventually come. It just takes time and it takes commitment, and that's okay. Those are all things that I signed up to do. So I'm not in any hurry for this to explode. I have 2 years until I finish my master's. So I have about 2 years from right now to make this sustainable for me, to be a career. Of course, money is not my number one goal, but there's a reality that comes with doing this line of work, which is that I will obviously my number one goal, or not obviously, I guess, but as I say and reiterate millions of times, my number one goal is to try and do as much good as possible in the community. But if I'm going to devote my life to that, I have to be able to sustain my future family doing that as well. So there is a monetary component of it, but I have 2 years to try and do that. Seeing a lot of Taco John's chatter going on. It's funny. I had never had Taco John's before in my life until about a month ago. Like pretty much exactly a month ago. And it's pretty good. It is pretty good. Yeah, Sean, I appreciate that. I would like to think that the setup that we have is very, very good, and the team that we have is by far the best in the business. It's just a matter of time before we can. We're still young. We're 3 weeks in, so we still have so much time to focus on improving as much as possible. Every single broadcast, every single forecast video, we're analyzing in deep detail, trying to get better. It's been a lot of 15 to 16 or even greater hour work days. Obviously, the June 17th outbreak was a 21-hour workday, which I've talked about, 4:30 a.m. until 1:30 a.m. the following morning of just straight work. So, all sorts of, I don't know. I don't know where I'm going. All sorts of grinding going on, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We're really committed to what we're doing here. We've signed a lot of chasers, and we're working on more. We have a big announcement coming for a chaser that we just signed, coming soon, and I'm really excited about that. That should probably come out tomorrow. Yeah, Don saying cooking for 3 weeks straight isn't nothing. You're absolutely right. It's physically and mentally draining, but again, that's what I want to do. And while it's a short period of time, a very short period of time in the grand scheme of things, obviously it's one of the most critical periods for us because everyone's first impression of Will Bratton WX is one of the most important things in terms of retaining an audience. So we just want to have we want to make the best impression possible. We really tried to make sure we ironed out as much as we possibly could within the first week or so before we start reaching broader audiences. We've already started to hit the algorithm a little bit. Our videos are showing up as recommended videos in the space, which is awesome. We're reaching new viewers. We're steadily growing. Our growth has slowed down a little bit, but that's natural as the weather is calming down. You can only do so much. But we are closing in on 700 subscribers and we're above 1,500 watch hours. I mean, we're doing really, really good for 3 weeks in. I'm really proud of what we're doing. Aguacero is a great option for a lot of data along with broadcast quality. Okay. Sioux Falls, South Dakota area by Dakota News Weather, 80-mile-per-hour plus winds and 2% risk for tornadoes. Yeah, we've talked about that in detail, and you can actually view all of these maps for yourself on our website, WillBrattonWx.com. There's Sioux Falls, as you can see. They're in that 2% risk for tornadoes. They're in a SIG 1 15% risk for wind and a 15% risk for hail. In terms of the categorical outlook, they are in a slight 2 out of 5 risk. Yeah, Braden, I feel you, dude. I'm not gonna lie, I'm having the time of my life doing this. But it's kind of crazy that we're already like a month away, like we're like 6 weeks away, really, from being back towards a classroom, which is crazy. And it's going to be way different for me because, of course, I just graduated, so I'm doing my master's this fall, and this will be the first semester of my master's. I will have kind of like normal classes per se. So every single day I'll have an 8 a.m. class, but that is currently my entire schedule. I just have one 8 a.m. class every single day of the week. And then going forward after that, I won't have many classes in the physical classroom at all. It'll be mostly just work on my thesis and a couple of other classes scattered in there. So we did get some more severe thunderstorm warnings out here in North Carolina, which is worth talking about. We do have 60-mile-per-hour winds tagged on both of these thunderstorms and some smaller hail as well. We did get a flash flood warning put in place in North Carolina as well. It's really small. It's just south of Girton here. In general, it's southeast of Asheville. So for a little bit of a better reference point, there's Asheville up there and our flash flood warning down here. So we're just southeast of Asheville, North Carolina, in Henderson County here, where we have a flash flood warning in place now. We have, wow, 2 to 2.5 inches within the next 90 minutes or so. Yeah, the 131 mile per hour measured wind gust out in South Dakota was insane this morning. I was literally filming our forecast this morning when that happened. I could not believe what I was seeing. I was like, I had to like double check and make sure I wasn't dreaming. I was like, it is 6:30 in the morning. What is going on? And of course, things like that do happen. It's not totally unusual, but it is very uncommon. As I rip my headphones out of my ear again. I manage to do that all the time on these broadcasts. Don saying, almost lucked out with one class a week, but it turned out to be an 8 a.m. Yeah, I mean, I kind of chose that too. One of the classes that I'm taking at 8 a.m. on one of those days, or 2 of those days of the week, I think is a completely optional one that I don't have to take, but it's just interesting to me. It's aviation meteorology, and I just want to take it. I want to have as diverse of a background as possible. Yeah, one of our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings was just lifted as this storm just fell apart and collapsed. The one near Miami. So we saw it start to produce potentially golf ball sized hail, as well as 80-mile-per-hour wind gusts. And that was as this one kind of became outflow dominant here. And it just collapsed really, really quickly. So probably some downbursting winds upwards of 60 or 70 miles per hour through areas like Mendota or Canadian or Glacier, I guess. And that storm is now completely fallen apart in Dunzo. We do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Collingsworth, Donley, Gray, and Wheeler counties in Texas. That is going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail as well. Back in Nebraska, we're going to check in on our little supercell going on out here. Let's see what he's looking like. As it looks like it is just now trying to establish some good, clean inflow. So we'll definitely continue to monitor this one closely. Back into the Dakotas, we do have some convection firing off. Nothing crazy going on out here. One of the unfortunate parts of the evening is that one of our greatest tornado risks is in a radar hole tonight. So, or at least near one. The Mayville radar, we're lucky that this threat isn't a little further north. So our main tornado threat is right here. So we do have the Mayville radar, but man, if it was in northern Minnesota up here, there's no coverage at all. It gets pretty rough up in this area too. So yeah, we're a little bit lucky in that regard. Braden saying, at least I won't be chained to esports for the first time in 2 years. Yeah, absolutely. You are going to be a free man. Seeing reports about some broad rotation possibly going on in Washington. we can take a trip over to there. Why not? I'll click through some radars and we'll make our way out to Washington and just give it a quick check. I'm guessing it was those storms in the northeastern corner of the state, but I'll do my due diligence and check around. Yeah. So out in the northeastern corner of Washington, perhaps a little bit of very broad weak rotation going on just east of Colville. Yeah, just some general thunderstorms, nothing concerning up here at all. All right, down in Texas, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning. I'm going to pull a couple of frames and we'll see what it's trending like. Does look to be possibly downtrending a little bit. It's still chugging along, though, kind of recycling. It does clearly still have a little bit of inflow, but nothing crazy. Mr. Scott Caseman in the chat, a good friend, talking about thoughts for the lower Red Lake in northern Minnesota. Shout out Minnesota being the land of the lakes, by the way. Fun fact, Minnesota does have more lakes than any other state in the United States. The lower Red Lake, by the way, is this one down here. This is kind of the general Red Lake region. And yeah, I'm definitely expecting some storms to make their way that direction this evening. At the very least, they'll probably get that line of thunderstorms pushing through. I can pull up some latest renders out of our cams, of course. They're not going to be incredibly reliable and accurate with our lack of sounding data. But yeah, definitely. Yeah, at the very least, they're going to get smacked by that line of thunderstorms that's going to build and push through there. So your brother and his family are camping there at the moment. Well, definitely make sure that they tie down the tent because it could get really windy out there tonight. Kaysen saying, I think it's interesting how every weather forecast office has different requirements for Skywarn. For example, Dallas, the Fort Worth, Dallas area is watch a 2-hour webinar, and OU is a course and webinar. Yeah, I mean, every single office has freedom to do things differently. Yeah, no, it doesn't matter what your political belief is, whether it literally doesn't matter at all. The fact of the matter is that the cuts for NOAA and our lack of good weather data is problematic. It doesn't matter what your political beliefs are. I don't care what they are, and I don't want to know what they are. I don't want to talk about politics ever on this channel, or in general, really, in public. Couldn't care less what anyone's political beliefs are, but the fact of the matter is that we need that weather data. Those soundings not being launched is a very significant issue. Back down in Nebraska, it looks like maybe a second little cell starting to fire off just behind our semi-discrete supercell. I mean, our discrete supercell, which it might become a semi-discrete supercell if a little bit of storm training goes on here. Yeah, we definitely have another cell firing off behind it. But it does have some good inflow. So this is now near Verdigris Center, Winnetoon, and Basil Mills, or Basile Mills, maybe. North of Creighton. But we are monitoring the situation very, very closely here tonight. Whoops. Logan saying he's kind of surprised that it is not tornado warned. Well, okay, one of the things you got to keep in mind with these storms all the time is that we're looking at 15,000 feet in the air here. We can't make any assumptions about this storm when it's in a radar hole like this. It's really difficult to look at this couplet, which is a smaller and weaker couplet at 15,000 feet, and justify a tornado warning all the way down at the surface. Oh, I guess one of the issues that I'm looking at, I was going to say, that seems kind of far. I'm looking at the wrong tilt angle. Here we are at, I was like, we should be around 9,000 feet here. At around 9,000 feet, or even 8,000 feet, you can see that couplet is significantly weaker. And so that is kind of why. Yeah, I forgot I went up in the tilt angles earlier in those North Carolina storms, and I guess I never went back down. It's kind of funny. All right, we'll check in on our storms down in Georgia with this line of thunderstorms. We are seeing it pushing through Jeffersonville right now. And look at this outflow boundary pushing out of these storms. Very, very impressive outflow boundary. So this is definitely a wind-producing event here. Whoops. A wind-producing event, and you can see 60-mile-per-hour winds tagged on the storm moving through areas like Jeffersonville, Allentown, Montrose, and Dudley. And those are some pretty strong winds getting measured. Up near Eatonton, also tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. We did just get a new flash flood warning, I believe. Okay, that was an update on the North Dakota flash flood warning for Bottineau County. So I don't know if it was lifted or if it was altered or what. Yeah, they did just give it an update is what they did. Logan saying you don't normally see storms moving west. It's true. You don't see it a lot. It happens. It's not, again, it's not like unusual. It's just uncommon. As it does look like we have a little bit of a cell firing off just south of Glenburn. That'll be one to watch. And it looks like our convection might start to pick up here really soon. So we're seeing some of our initial cells, just some cumulus starting to fire off in northern Minnesota and northeastern North Dakota. So in this area, we're definitely going to see a lot of convection begin to fire off here pretty soon. K-Mai is saying, is there anything out yet that tells us what the 4th of July weather will be like around the Nebraska and Missouri areas? I can tell you it'll be hot. And most likely you won't really be dealing with storms, but it's too far out to really give you a good answer at this point. Scott talking about squatted trucks out in the Carolinas. Me personally, I am not a fan of squatted trucks at all. I'm not a fan of overly lifted trucks either. If you put a very slight lift kit on your truck, I'm like, all right, I can live with that. But I don't like squatted trucks and I don't like excessively lifted trucks. You're just like, what are you doing, bro? Isn't it almost everyone that will be hot? That's not a bad assumption. It is a lot of people that are going to be nice and toasty for the next week or so with this a ring of fire, they like to call it, system. It's just literally all it is a giant high pressure system in the eastern part of the United States, which sets up a giant upper level ridge over that portion of the country. And as a result, the jet stream kind of goes up and around that ridge in a parabola shape, and an upside down parabola shape, essentially. And we get really, really hot temperatures that start to form within that area of high pressure. But yeah, we're going to watch this pretty closely here up in the Minnesota area. And Scott, for your brother, I believe you said it was out there camping. Your brother and his family are out there camping. Some of these storms are probably not going to be headed towards the lower Red Lake, but we'll probably see more that will head that direction. So yeah, Scott, if you had to sum up the high pressure systems like that in one word, it would in fact be subsidence. Sinking motion. High pressure aloft leads to the convergence of winds aloft and then therefore sinking motion. That mass has to go somewhere. It can't go up because of the stratosphere where we have a temperature inversion, so it must subside. It goes down to the ground, and therefore we don't really get any kind of convection, and the sun just sits there and bakes everything for days and days and days and days and days. We do have a lot of fast moving convection throughout really numerous areas in North Dakota here. We'll check in on our cell down in Nebraska. Doesn't really have any kind of clean established inflow going. It's probably going to train out and become a little bit more of an upscale mess here, as you're seeing more cumulus forming behind it. So this one probably doesn't really have the greatest tornado risk associated with it, at least for the time being. If it can absorb some of those other cells to the south and then manage to remain discrete or semi-discrete, then we could definitely see it have a chance at producing tornadoes. But for now, I'm not really worried about it. It looks like it's going to train out, and we're going to see a line of storms begin to develop in these types of areas. All right, we're going to go ahead and check in on Georgia. And by the way, our considerable severe thunderstorm warnings out in Texas have been completely removed from the map. So we no longer have any severe thunderstorm warnings in the state of Texas. Really, all we have is the 2 in Georgia, the 2 in North Carolina, and the 1 in Nebraska. So we're down to 5 severe thunderstorm warnings and 3 flash flood warnings right now. Out in Georgia, we're looking at 60-mile-per-hour winds on these 2 storms. Again, moving through areas like Eatonton and Jeffersonville. And then in North Carolina, we still have a couple of storms. We just get a new severe thunderstorm warning on the Tennessee side of the border for Greene and Unicoi counties. And again, these are all just for wind damage, 60-mile-per-hour winds in areas like Marshall, Burnsville, Marion, Rocky Fork. I want to say that's Rocky Fork. Yeah, Rocky Fork. Those types of general areas. All right, we're going to go back to Nebraska, where we are definitely training out here. So not really seeing a significant threat for tornadoes with this line of storms that is training out. As you can see, more and more convection just continuing to bubble up from the southwest. We're going to quickly get a line of thunderstorms here. The one area where we could see an elevated tornado risk is the first cell that interacts with this. Whoa, it's a worse circle. With this boundary up here. You can see this boundary that's draped all the way from Yankton through Parker towards Del Rapids and Madison, just west of Sioux Falls. That is definitely going to pose the risk for some extra vorticity and spin to get ingested into one of these storms. So the first cell to latch onto that boundary could pose a little bit of a tornado threat. I cannot believe that Paraguay beat Germany. I am actually like gobsmacked by that. It's actually insane. Full respect to Paraguay, by the way. I'm not putting them down. Germany's just a great squad. Should have taken Thomas Muller. So we are going to continue to watch things very, very closely tonight. I'll go ahead and refresh us on where our primary tornado threat is going to be. We do have a 2% region all the way from areas near Lincoln and Omaha, Nebraska, or just west and northwest of those areas, all the way up through Sioux Falls, Minneapolis, Duluth, and then we have our larger 5% region that's across the Minnesota and North Dakota border up here, where we also have a 10% risk for tornadoes and a larger SIG 1 risk as well, where we could see a strong tornado or two anywhere in that hatched region. And for Scott's family up there at the lake, they are in a definite area of concern. And all of those maps, you can view them at our website. I'll just link it to you. I'll put the link in the chat. Make it really easy. Our website is awesome. I wish I could take credit for it, but our web designer, Josh, has done an outstanding job. He is unbelievably talented. We're so lucky to have him as a part of our team. And on that website, there's a lot more than just looking at the Storm Prediction Center's outlooks. We have our merch there. We have ways to get in touch with us. You can look at a forecast for your region in pretty good detail. And you can also meet our entire team, top to bottom. There's a lot of us. And if you go to the About page on our website and scroll to the bottom of the page, you will see our newest Storm Chaser that hasn't been formally announced yet. So if you do want to see who that is, you got to go visit our website. And if you haven't yet, go ahead and smash that like button below the broadcast. It'll help us get in touch with as many folks as possible to make sure we can keep everybody weather aware this evening with our tornado threat. And it's not just a tornado threat. It's also a wind and hail threat as well. And always a flooding threat too. Flooding can never be ruled out. And there is fire weather going on still out in the west towards Colorado. I meant to check on whether or not I'm allowed to use that photo. Okay, I don't have a response yet. So maybe a little bit of rotation getting ingested now here near center. But again, this is very weak rotation at 8,000 feet. So it's got a long ways to go if it's going to become tornadic in any type of way. And I think it's going to have a hard time doing that with the way things have trained out. We're seeing a line of storms developing. And they did just issue a new downstream severe thunderstorm warning for this storm in Nebraska. So it's now going to include Cedar in Knox counties. Still tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds, and this time it has been upgraded to half-dollar-sized hail. Or actually, before they had upgraded this, and it slipped my eye. But it was upgraded to ping pong ball size hail. This doesn't seem like a very significant hail producer to me. It does have quite the towering updraft in terms of your... Wow. Launching 50 dBz values up to 40,000 feet. I stand very corrected. This definitely could be the type of storm producing ping pong ball sized hail. This is why the National Weather Service does what they do, and I do what I do. Alrighty. Now it looks like we're getting a couple of storms starting to fire off. Okay, so this is where things start to get real for us here. I did not mean to do that. All right, so we are starting to get in that mode. You can see little bits of cumulus firing off all over the place throughout Minnesota, South Dakota, North Dakota. All sorts of cumulus. Now, I will say these ones over here and down here, I should circle those in a different color. I'm going to make a point out of them. These that are circled in magenta, those are actually not cumulus clouds firing off. Those are wind turbines getting contacted by the radar beam. But all sorts of convection starting to fire off up into North Dakota, South Dakota, and Minnesota here. Tons of it. Like crazy. So much cumulus starting to build here. So we are about to be in that mode within 30 to 40 minutes or so. And we're going to stay in that mode for probably about 3 hours once it really gets going. Until about 10 to 11, maybe even as late as midnight tonight. So all sorts of convection going on. Even these elevated storms, 18,000 feet here, we're seeing DBZs getting upwards of 65. Almost reaching 70. So very, very impressive updraft into Canada here, just southeast of Winnipeg. Boo, Winnipeg. We don't like the Winnipeg Jets. Go Blues. Just to give a quick update on what the map is looking like in terms of where our storm chasers are, you can see everyone's just flocking towards that 10% region near Fargo. That's hilarious. You can't even see the name of the city name Fargo because there's so many chasers in that area. So there's going to be plenty of coverage on tonight's possible tornadoes. And again, we keep in mind we do have the risk for a strong tornado or two tonight. Seeing Kevin in the chat saying the warm nose is a huge issue in western Minnesota. Interesting. I haven't been able to look at any soundings or really anything, as I said, since this morning. A long but very, very fun day today for me. All right, back to the South Dakota and Nebraska border, just in Nebraska here. We are seeing things start to wrap up a little bit with this cell, just north of Center, southwest of Lindy, and headed towards areas like Lindy, Crofton, and eventually Yankton. I can go ahead and check in. Near Eli up here in northeastern Minnesota. Nothing going on really right at the moment, but they will get storms at some point tonight. Did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning down in Georgia. So this is an extension on the storm near Jeffersonville and Allentown. So this one's going to include, what is that? Bleckley, Pulaski, and Twiggs counties. headed towards Cochrane and Hawkinsville. Tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and some small hail there as well. But we're going to try and stay with this storm in Nebraska as much as possible because I'm really curious to see what it does when it interacts with whatever this boundary is. It is draped just near Sioux Falls. And again, we're not far from that happening. We could definitely see the storm become tornadic when it does interact with that. We do have very broad rotation wrapping up just north of center. All right. Let's check in on some of this convection starting to bubble up all over the place. Again, things are going to get active very, very quickly. It's going to be kind of an explosive storm development tonight with a lot of this cumulus. We can see all sorts of little areas of convection just beginning to fire off. I mean, just everywhere. Some of that stuff in southwestern North Dakota was already going on, as well as central North Dakota. But in general, convection just firing off all over the place. Yeah, tons of convection. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning. Actually, this is the first one really that we've had tonight in North Dakota. So this just popped up right now. It's tagged for 1-inch hail, 60-mile-per-hour winds, and it is tornado possible tagged. And we did just actually get our first tornado warning of the night on this storm. So that didn't last long with it being tornado possible tagged. It lasted all of 2 seconds as we have quite the couplet here that is beginning to form. Now, again, keep in mind, this is at 6,000 feet, but at 6,000 feet, you have a broad but very powerful couplet. So definitely a concerning one. So this one's up near Cavalier and Towner counties towards areas like Sarles, Calvin, and Hanna in North Dakota. It's eventually going to head into Canada here as we can watch the storm kind of going almost due north. It's moving kind of in this direction here. So we do have our first tornado warning in play for the nights. All sorts of convection starting to fire off. And again, we are going to be in that mode and it's going to get crazy and hectic pretty quickly. So I know it's been really calm for the first hour and a half of this broadcast, but you're going to have to hang in with me as things are going to be very, very hectic. We got a long ways to go. We got a good at least 3 hours of broadcasting to do until things could potentially start to die down. And it could go even as late as 11 p.m. or midnight tonight, Central Time. Now, it's possible that everything becomes really linear and upscale pretty quickly, and our storm mode ends up being really messy. Nothing interacts with our warm front, and we really don't see much of a tornado risk, at which point the broadcast could end sooner. I am a bit skeptical of tonight's event overall in terms of its tornado production. But in general, I am expecting to be live until at least around 10 p.m. tonight and probably inching towards 11 or even 12. but of course, to be determined here. Interesting. Definitely a bit of a mess in terms of all of these thunderstorms just being in just giant lines here. And you can see so much precipitation going on just north of the border into Canada. We have all sorts of little clusters of storms and lines of storms trying to get going throughout North Dakota. And then all sorts of cumulus starting to bubble up back into our main area of concern down near Fargo. Yeah, the volumetric viewer is my favorite thing by far, and it's one of the main reasons that I am so religious about using GR Analyst. But yeah, we can take a look at these storms, and you can see those updrafts, and it takes a little bit of work up here in the color alpha to make things look the way you want them to, so you can visualize different features. I have mine set up really to just view hail cores, but whoops. All right, back down to our Nebraska storm. We did get another severe thunderstorm warning for Knox County. So that's for one of the even younger cells just to the southwest of our initial cell that's near Lindy now. We do a very broad and weak rotation near Lindy. I can go ahead and take a scan of this cell, and you can see this is a pretty impressive hail core here. It's not super dense yet, but it is lofting pretty large values, upwards of 30,000 feet, potentially even getting near 40,000 feet. So when you get those magentas in there, that's 60 or higher dBZs. That tends to be kind of your minimum threshold for severe hail. And when you start getting into those 70s, man. Looks like our couplet has tightened a little bit just southwest of Sarles here. So there could be a tornado headed towards areas like Sarles and Calvin, eventually towards Hanna and the Canadian border. So if you're in Cavalier or Towner counties in North Dakota, definitely make sure you're getting yourself to a storm shelter or a basement or the interior-most room of a sturdy structure, whatever you can do. We're going to be getting another scan in on our velocities here pretty soon. And there it is. You can see it still continuing to tighten up here. You can see how far apart these blues and some of these brighter reds are in this scan. And then as we go forward 2 scans, things are tightening up. So we did just get an update on this tornado warning. It has been shrunken down to just include Sarles and eventually towards Hanna, which is just outside the polygon. But we could easily have a tornado near Sarles at any point here. This is strong rotation at around 6,000 feet. And this is what we're seeing here. So we'd have a tornado in this area. And that chime that you didn't just hear because our chimes aren't working for some reason would be indicative of this tornado warning just being shrunken down. There was an update on it, which is what you're seeing now. It's a very small tornado warning polygon, as this is just going to cross into Canada here shortly. Oh, my neck is killing me. And that at the top of your screen there, you're seeing that update from this tornado warning being shrunken down a little bit. That is all you're seeing there. We don't have any new tornado warnings on the map. Regardless, tornado or not, this is still a pretty strong wind-producing storm with 60-mile-per-hour winds, and some small hail is possible in there as well. We can take a little volumetric scan around our couplet here. And you can see lofting some stronger values, lofting 50 plus DBZ values upwards of 20,000 feet. So this is not a super impressive storm by any stretch in terms of any kind of a hail production, but it is still one to watch. Yeah, tornado threat is definitely the greatest it has been tonight with this storm. We haven't really had any tornado threat at all until this storm. But we do have a tight rotating couplet at around 6,000 feet. And you can see our derived product, the NROT here, showing some of these elevated values. So definitely picking up on that rotation as well. We will be getting a new velocity scan in here shortly. As we did just get our latest velocity scan, but we're getting some bright banding issues now. But it looks like it has stayed about the same on this latest scan. Unfortunately, we are getting some bright banding going on. That's these purple rings that you're seeing around the radar. It's very normal. But we do still have this tornado warning in place, and that rotation is still there, even if the radar data is a little bit contaminated. So again, this is a tornado warning up centered right over Sarles here. If we had a tornado, it'd basically be in Sarles right now. There's no way to confirm whether we do or do not have a tornado. But again, if we did, it would be right near Sarles. Definitely an impressive weak echo region going on there. Again, things are a little bit more linear in this cluster of storms. Obviously, we can see that. Giant line of storms, and then multiple others trying to get going as well. And yeah, things are only going to become more like this, really, as we get into the later evening hours, in and around that cold front, essentially, like basically riding along that cold front. You're going to see all sorts of lines of storms start to merge into one larger line and head off towards the east into Minnesota. Thanks. All right, I'm going to zoom in on our tornado warned storm up here near Sarles. Perhaps I have to use the closest radar unit. That might be helpful. Give me one moment. Got to get my tradition in here with Culver's here, as this couplet is definitely tightening up and beginning to look a little bit more concerning here near Sarles. It does look like it is uptrending just a little bit. Now, keep in mind, we are looking at, 6,500 feet in the air. But this is definitely a concerning couplet that could produce a tornado at any time near Sarles. This is in North Dakota for Cavalier and Towner counties. CJ, I see you in the chat. How you doing, my friend? I did not get cheese curds, Adrian, because I love their onion rings. Their cheese curds are great too, but their onion rings are so good. I don't know what this sauce is. I've never had this before. This is Boom Boom sauce. It's really good. Clover's Boom Boom sauce. Trying to avoid crunching my onion rings directly into the microphone. Yeah, Boom Boom sauce, I think they usually put with shrimp. I've just never had it from Culver's before. Man, I got the hiccups. I've had the hiccups like all day. Absolutely brutal. Okay, I have the most insane stuff to show you right now. This is pretty insane. Give me a minute to pull this up. Okay. Look at this time lapse from our newest storm chaser, Jessica Moore. Cat's out of the bag. Again, she is on our website already. We just haven't formally announced it on socials yet because the weather's been a little busy. She's out there in Colorado chasing fires right now. This is an insane time lapse. What was that? What is that? That dust, like, oh, that's a car. Okay, that's a road. That's a car kicking up dust. I was like, what is that? I didn't see the car because it's a time lapse, of course, so that car was moving really quick, but this is an unbelievable time lapse of this fire. Just insane stuff coming from Jessica. All right, we're going to check in on our couplet really quick, and then I have a cool photo also from Jessica to show you. Okay, it looks like it has weakened a little bit, excuse me, on the latest scan, but it's also tightened. So definitely looking very concerning here. So, still in North Dakota for Cavalier and Towner counties. I apologize for the hiccups. I have the most incredible photo to show you guys from Jessica as well. Look at this. This is just genuinely unbelievable. Like the colors that you're getting in this photo are insane. And like the power, you can when you look at this, you can feel the power coming out of this wildfire. I mean, Mother Nature is a beast. This is an unbelievable photo from Jessica Moore, our new assigned storm chaser. Unreal photo. I'm just going to let this sit for a minute on the screen. All right. Right back into our tornado warning here. These hiccups are killing me, man. Absolutely killing me. All right, we are going to get a new velocity scan here in just a minute. And again, I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that we're having debris lofted to around 6,000 to 7,000 feet, which is where the radar beam is looking at. Okay, so it looks like we have downtrended a little bit, just northeast of Sarles. But it is possible that we still have a tornado on the ground and could have one on the ground at any point. Man, that's good stuff. All right. So again, we have one tornado warning on the map right now in North Dakota for Cavalier and Towner counties. Okay, and I think we just got an update to our tornado warning, I think, maybe. I don't know if it possibly got removed. I wouldn't think so unless they're just... Okay, they shrunk it down again. So we have a Dorito. We have a Dorito on the map in North Dakota. Breaking news, Dorito on the map, as this tornadic couplet is going to cross the border into Canada in just a minute here. So we are going to be without a tornado warning and not long from now. But we are still including parts of Cavalier and Towner counties in North Dakota with this Dorito chip tornado warning polygon on the map. All right, I got to chut out and eat this burger really quick. You guys just got to bear with me for a minute. I'm going to eat pretty quickly, and then we'll be back in full force for the rest of the night. Tonight's meal is from Clover's. To answer your question, Team Kenny. And hopefully eating this food will also cure my hiccups. That would be great. Okay. And there we go. For the moment, our tornado warning is fully gone, and that couplet has significantly weakened as of the latest scan. It's still there, but it is weaker and it has crossed into Canada. So we no longer have any tornado warnings on the map. All right, we're going to check in on our storms down in Nebraska really quick, as they're not really looking concerning at all, but they haven't interacted with that boundary yet. And again, that'll be an interesting thing to see in terms of what happens when they do interact with that boundary. Isaac, I see you in the chat. How you doing? Don't be texting and driving. Focus on driving safe. All right, we did just see that severe thunderstorm warning down here in Nebraska get shrunken down just a little bit. Scott, you're kind of right. There should be a Nebraska command. All right. I just absolutely mowed that burger down like an animal. Why does Blake just typed in the chat weather lookup hell, and it pulled up the weather for Manhattan. All right. I apologize for the food interruption, but it is over now. Just give me a second to clean up my mess. Okay. Man, I love onion rings, but they always leave a mess on my mouse pad, which is probably more my fault than the onion rings fault, but hey. All right. We are so back. We have never been so back. I feel reborn now that I have a little food in my system. I was starving. Whoa. I'm going to repost this on Twitter, what CJ just tagged me in, because that is insane. Some gorgeous mammatus going on out there in Sarasota County. Wow. I'll show it on stream. Look at this. Absolutely gorgeous photos from CJ here. Just beautiful. Go show go to Twitter really quick. I'm gonna drop this link in the chat. Everyone run to Twitter really quick and show CJ some love. That's an incredible couple of photos of Mamatis that he's taken there. Oh. All right. We are fully back, and I am reborn and reestablished here. As we have tons of convection starting to fire off all over the place, we're watching some of that cumulus build. Now we're getting a little bit more into actual convection. As we can see, all sorts of cells firing off in central Minnesota and numerous firing off back into our main area of concern near Fargo. So a lot of these cells are going to move out of Fargo and then towards, let me clear my map. This area over here is really the greatest area of concern, and that's where these storms are headed. So the storms that fire off the earliest and take advantage of that environment are going to be the greatest concern, such as this one that could become supercellular near Twin Valley. Any of these cells down here just south of Fargo could congeal and form one cell, one dominant updraft as well. That would pose a significant risk. Our cold front is lagging behind this a little bit. So this is prefrontal convection going on all throughout Minnesota here. Even down through Nebraska too. Or, excuse me, South Dakota. But also down to Nebraska also. Where we obviously know we've had these storms we've been watching pretty closely that are just about to cross into South Dakota, but plenty of convection firing off all over the place ahead of this cold front out here. Nebraska is always on my mind, Blake. I wake up in the morning and I have Nebraska on my mind. Free Nelly. I mean, Melly. Free Nelly. Shout out Nelly, by the way. Known St. Louis and Nelly. Oh. My neck is really killing me today. Man, I'm doing too much complaining. I'm sitting here in front of a computer hopefully for a living. Chukasobo, welcome back to the chat. Good to see you again. We have so many chasers out here too. I mean, we're going to have a ton of eyes on these storms. So far, we haven't really had any reports of anything, as far as I'm aware. Yeah, not really seeing any storm reports going on. Yeah, it's definitely been quiet, but again, I was expecting things to start to ramp up sometime between 7 or 8, and we're starting to see all of that convection firing off now. So we're kind of right about to get into the thick of it here, as we're starting to get some of these discrete and semi-discrete cells popping up all over the place. Any of these could jump right along that warm front potentially, and start to become tornadic and take advantage of that environment. We just got an upgrade to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning for our Nebraska storm down here. So this one's going to be tagged with golf ball size hail now. So let's take a look at its hail core. As our visualization tool allows us to take a look, and it's not looking insanely impressive, to be honest with you. It's not really looking that impressive at all. I wonder if this was observed. Radar indicated, huh? Again, that's why the National Weather Service knows a lot more than me. But yeah, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning here for Cedar and Knox counties in Nebraska for golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. Blake, to answer your question, I think the peak of the event is probably going to be around 8:30 to 9. Like within the next hour, because once things grow upscale and become a line of thunderstorms, our risk is going to basically fall off entirely. Down in Texas, we also just had a considerable severe thunderstorm warning get put in place. Why am I not using the Amarillo radar for this? This one's going to be for 70-mile-per-hour winds here. So this one is out in Collingsworth and Wheeler counties in Texas and headed towards the Oklahoma side of the border. Still not seeing any storm reports as of yet. In terms of at least what my data is getting. I'm not saying it hasn't been reported or confirmed, but definitely some stormy action going on down here along the Nebraska and South Dakota border. Logan saying, will tomorrow have a live stream? That's a phenomenal question that I don't even know the answer to yet. We're going to have to see how things pan out tomorrow. But I will be on standby, ready to broadcast in the event that we need one. Okay, interesting. I am seeing this report. Thank you for sending that to me, Tim. So we are seeing golf ball sized hail observed with this considerable severe thunderstorm warning down here at the Nebraska and South Dakota border here. So that'll be something to watch. And man, just look at this convection starting to fire off like absolute crazy out here. So we're about to get right into the thick of it. I mean, you can just see so much cumulus, just so many storms bubbling off, firing off, little clusters, a line, some storm training. I mean, my goodness, you have everything going on right now. This is going to get pretty chaotic pretty quickly. I know I said that a little bit ago, but again, you're going to have to bear with me if things get really, really busy here, because we're going to be jumping around a lot. So you got to be prepared for that. I'm going to inevitably give you all a little bit of whiplash, but that's just what we got to do to make sure we cover everything. All right, back down into Tennessee. This is that thunderstorm warning, severe thunderstorm warning from earlier. It's got 8 minutes left, and they're probably going to allow it to expire naturally. But the storm could still be producing some stronger winds, around 60 miles an hour. It's also tagged for 1-inch hail. And that's all that we have going on around the nation, really, besides this one severe thunderstorm warning remaining down here in Georgia. And this one's tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And then, of course, our considerable severe thunderstorm warning out in Texas. And we just had another severe thunderstorm warning pop out here in Texas, too. This one's going to be for 60-mile-per-hour winds. And our considerable down there, with only 8 minutes remaining on it, is for 70-mile-per-hour winds. Blake, I'm just going to keep saying it. I was wondering if anyone would ever think that. Brattonbot will never be a thing. There will never be a time where I think that, AI is valuable to have in terms of as a replacement for live analysis. That's just, now I will say the one feature that does exist that is actually useful for I don't know if I should name drop, but I mean, Ryan Hall's bot for YallBot. The one feature that is really nice is the ability to summarize the chat and just like let him know what the chat is. But it doesn't need to be something that interacts with the stream. That can literally be in a string of text that he reads so that he knows what people are talking about in the chat and he can address it and make sure that he talks about it. But there's no need to have a bot showing up on your stream. It's not for me. I don't like it. I don't think that belongs in the weather space. But that's just my opinion. Nothing against Ryan Hall in terms of that. He can do whatever he wants. Obviously, it's his production, but I will not be doing that. So again, we are looking at 60 mile per hour winds and golf ball sized hail observed. And this is down here in Cedar and Knox counties in Nebraska. Meteorologist you looked up to growing up? Good question. So I'm from St. Louis. And to be honest with you, there's really only two. It was Anthony Slaughter, especially when I was younger out in St. Louis, and Dave Murray. And I've had the chance to meet and chat with both of them, which is awesome. You know, I mean, they're really, really talented meteorologists who have been around for some time. They've done amazing work in their careers. So those would probably be the answers I would give for that. In terms of growing up, obviously things change a little bit when you go to college and you meet different professors and everything. And all of a sudden your network expands dramatically. As it looks like we might have a little convection starting to fire off of this boundary here, just north of Sioux Falls. So that'll be interesting to see. And then south of Fargo, we still have this cell out here that's starting to look a little more organized. And you can see that hail core getting up to above 40,000 feet, peaking with those 50 dBz values. So a pretty impressive hail core, or a pretty impressive updraft, I should say, forming out here south of Fargo. So this one, if it is able to get going, could produce some large hail in a little while. It's going to need a few more minutes, of course, first. Not really any kind of rotation going on with any of these storms that I'm seeing anyway. Logan saying a lot of the guys we have at our local station have been doing it for a long time. Yeah, a lot of guys will stay, and gals, a lot of weather people will stay at their stations for a long period of time, which is a great thing. You want to serve your community and really get to know your community and allow your community to get to know you. It's the best way to gain trust and to inevitably have the impact you want, which is to try and save lives to the best of your ability with good weather information. In order to do that, you need trust. And in order to build trust, you need time. And you need honesty and all of the other things that we're trying to do here at WillBrattonWx as well. It looks like things might get messy here pretty quickly, as a lot of this convection is starting to storm train out. So essentially what that means is you get a cell that fires here and it starts to move off this way, and cells just keep firing in that spot, and you just get a line of storms that develops pretty quickly. So that could be a concern for tonight. I will say down in Fargo, we did just get a severe thunderstorm warning put in place. That is going to be for $half sized hail and 60 mile per hour wind gusts. And again, it wouldn't shock me to see this storm eventually produce large hail, as at least for the time being, it's mostly discrete down here. And it could also pose a tornado threat too. I will say I didn't exactly expect our storm motion to be quite this northward. I expected more of something, maybe a little bit more like this to the northeast. I was not expecting it to be like almost due north. And that is not the first time that I've been wrong about the storm motion in our forecast. And honestly, there's two different things you could blame. You could blame my forecast and just say that I was wrong, got it wrong, and that's completely okay. And you can also look at the fact that we don't have enough soundings being launched. And so our atmosphere is just not being sampled correctly. Our model output data is not going to be as good, and therefore it's harder to make a forecast. Timothy, how are you going to say all that and then not tell us the name? Tell us the name of the meteorologist that you looked up to that worked under James Spann. You are right, Logan. I cannot control the weather, and I am not going to get it right all the time, and that is completely okay. However, I can do the best job that I possibly can and stay committed to trying to get as much right as often as I possibly can. That is always the goal. We do still have golf balls made of ice falling out of the sky in areas like Bloomfield in Nebraska. Definitely got a little bit of a hail core going there. You can see those magentas getting lifted aloft in our clouds. And Timothy finally enlightens us and says Jason Simpson is the meteorologist that he looked up to growing up. That's awesome. Thank you for sharing. I was going to say, you can't tell us all that information and not tell us who it is. We did just get another severe thunderstorm warning, or was this some sort of an update? This was an update on our storm down in Texas. I believe it was just shrunken down a little bit. Yeah. So they condensed the severe thunderstorm warning polygon in Texas for Cochran, Hawley, and Lamb counties. They just condensed it down a little bit. This is, again, could have some small hail going on in here, but really just a 60-mile-per-hour wind threat. And then we still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that's about to expire in just a few seconds at the Oklahoma-Texas border for Collingsworth and Wheeler counties in Texas. That warning will be allowed to expire in just a minute as the threat has significantly died down associated with it. And then finally, we have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning where golf ball size hail is currently ongoing near Bloomfield. And this is Nebraska, by the way. We're near the Nebraska and South Dakota border here. We have Levitt 8 talking about the storms firing off on this boundary. Yes, any of these could pose a tornado threat if they're able to ingest good, clean inflow. They're going to have a little bit of extra vorticity associated with this boundary. But I will say, because these storms are moving just straight to the north and, like, for the most part, they're not going to be able to ingest quite as much artificial vorticity from the boundary as a storm would if it was moving towards this direction and it crossed paths with that boundary. So essentially what you're seeing is kind of a parallel storm motion to your boundary here, which is more likely for you to get a line of thunderstorms than a tornado risk. But if any of these cells remain discrete, one of them could definitely see some localized vorticity ingested. In Minnesota, we did just get our first severe thunderstorm warning of the night. It's an extension of the cell south of Fargo. Now, it looks like this one is starting to establish an updraft here. So near Walcott, Christine, headed towards Oxbow. This one is going to eventually try to develop an updraft and see if it can get going and be our first tornado threat producer of the night outside of our storm near the Canadian border from a little while ago. Okay, levitate. I got you. Storm training over the Red River of the North could be a problem. Super shallow north flowing river. Yeah, absolutely. Just extra moisture. And since it's a shallow river, those waters are likely pretty warm. It's kind of like a hurricane. Get that warm moisture pulling right up into the storm. And we are not lacking moisture, by the way. We're getting kind of towards corn sweat season here. And the amount of moisture we have, I mean, the dew points are ridiculous. I can turn on METAR and see if we can get some readings out here in a moment. Is my METAR not going to work today? Come on. Come on. Surely it's just loading. I'm just going to let it sit there for a minute and see if we can get some METAR readings and figure out what our moisture is looking like up here. Maybe my METAR isn't going to work today. All right, we did just get I'm going to let this continue to try to load. We did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning in southwestern North Dakota. This one's going to be back towards Hettinger and Slope counties here. So this is in a radar hole, a pretty significant one too. So definitely a very elevated threat here where where we could definitely see some larger hail. This one is tagged for that $half size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. It wouldn't shock me to see larger hail associated with this storm here, especially in a few minutes as we give it a little more time to develop. It's still very young, and unfortunately, it's in the middle of a radar hole, so we have no good way to get a picture on it. All right, back near Oxbow. The cell is still trying to establish one good clean updraft and try and get a little inflow going. Again, one of the limiting factors is our storm motion here. I mean, I'm really surprised. Oh, my METAR started working. When did that happen? That's incredible news. Okay, so one thing you're going to notice here is that, first of all of our surface winds in this region are coming up mostly north, but slightly northwest. But when you get towards Fargo, these surface winds are way more backed. So if we can get a discrete supercell anywhere in like this area, we are definitely going to have the most elevated tornado risk in that region. And then another thing to pay attention to is to those dew points, which are absolutely absurd. It's probably hard to see some of these values, but we're getting 80 over 80, 84 over 77, 84 over 75. So dew points in the upper 70s, maybe even peaking out at around 80. I'm seeing one at 81 here. I mean, this is pretty insane. So I'm seeing 82 in eastern North Dakota. Absolutely insane. So a lot of moisture. And I mean, just a ton of moisture. So we're going to watch this very closely. Again, my number one concern is just to the east of Fargo, especially just to the northeast of Fargo, where you have these surface winds that are way more well backed. So if we can get a discrete cell out in that area, we could easily see that tornado threat amplified a ton, at least during that time. Now, that window is going to be brief, and it's possible that we could get a strong tornado during that time, but it's not going to last long. This is not going to be like a 5-hour tornado outbreak by any stretch. But we do have the risk for a strong storm or two to become tornadic, take advantage of that environment, and produce a strong tornado. I don't know why my METAR took so long to work before. Yeah, Timothy, good shout. There's an 84-degree dew point in Pipestone here. 84-degree dew point. That is actually insane. So we are hot and wet. Don't clip that, please. Okay, our Fargo storm has just been updated to a considerable severe thunderstorm warning. This one is now tagged for 2-inch hail. 60-mile-per-hour winds as well, as this hail core is just continuing to bubble up here near Oxbow, Rusted, just south of Fargo. Whoa. Make that a little bit of a larger square here. Okay. Now that's just bugging me. There we go. So you can see we're getting these 60 dBz values extending all the way to 40,000 feet. So definitely a pretty strong updraft. Blake, to answer your question, 80 plus in your dew points is insane. That is a ton of moisture available in the air. Really, really hot and humid. When you say it's bad, like, it doesn't necessarily mean like storms or anything. You still need all the other ingredients to get storms. But if you have a storm in that environment with an 84-degree dew point, that is some crazy stuff. So again, this not tornado warning. Excuse me. This is not a tornado warning. This is a considerable severe thunderstorm warning that extends for Clay and Cass counties across North Dakota and Minnesota, respectively. And then our considerable severe thunderstorm warning for Cedar and Knox counties down here in Nebraska. Looks like it might be weaning off a little bit as some of these storms are starting to collapse and fall apart. Now, if we can get one of them to maintain itself, like this one near Mission Hill, that could pose a concern. Wow. They have the storm moving at almost at 60 miles an hour. Is it really moving at 60 miles an hour? That's crazy. Seeing a lot of new faces in the chat. Definitely make sure that you are liking and subscribing to help us reach as many folks as possible to try and keep everybody safe. That is our number one goal here at WillBrattonWx. And a quick reminder on what we're covering here tonight. And you can view this on our website, WillBrattonWx.com. We are looking at this enhanced risk, and especially this 10% tornado risk, where we could see a strong tornado near the Fargo area. And I was just talking about those surface winds and dew points out there. So that is our number one concern. And I'll go ahead and show that again because I have METAR enabled. Where did my METAR go? Why did my METAR disappear? Okay, well, when my METAR decides to come back up and show on the map, I'll show you where those surface winds are, what they're looking like. But essentially, I can just draw it. The surface winds are way more backed over in this area just to the northeast of Fargo. Whereas down south, they are a lot more southerly. And pretty much everywhere else, they're a lot more southerly as well in the warm sector and out ahead of it. Meanwhile, our dew points in those regions are also freakishly high, reaching up to above 80 degrees. So we are sopping wet in some of these areas with the amount of humidity. Yeah, absolutely insane dew points. Like, I mean, 84-degree dew point is ridiculous. I don't know why my METAR isn't showing up. I want to show this again if I can. Turn it off and turn it back on again, the old classic, and see if it'll work. We do still have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings going on in Texas, so I can go ahead and take a look at those. Both of these are going to be tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds, nothing else. So just some outflow dominant storms here near Lubbock and surrounding areas. This is going to be for Lynn, Terry, Cochran, Hockley, and Lamb counties in Texas. But obviously our main event is up here in the general Fargo area. Oh, there's my METAR. Okay. So I know these numbers are small, but what you're seeing on METAR here is some ridiculous dew points. We're seeing 80 degrees here, 81 degrees in Morris, Minnesota, 80 degrees just east of Fargo. So this METAR plot is particularly concerning here. I'm seeing an 86-degree dew point right here. 86 over 86. What are we doing? That is insane. I genuinely don't know if in my life I've ever seen an 86-degree dew point. There's multiple. We have another 86-degree dew point down here in Minnesota. I genuinely don't know if I've ever seen an 86-degree dew point in my entire life. In real time, anyway. Like, I've looked at archive data for sure. That's a completely different story. I don't know if I've ever seen 86-degree dew points in real time before. Anyway, this METAR plot right here is particularly important. So I'm going to go ahead and draw out what this is. So it's a little larger. Wow. Okay. Okay, so what we're looking at in this dew point is an 80 over 80. So that is an 80-degree temperature here and an 80-degree dew point. Okay, and here's your wind barb. So we're looking at 5-knot winds that are coming out of the southeast. And so this METAR plot is by far the most conducive for tornado development. And that is in the middle of our target zone and our 10% SIG 1 risk for tornadoes. And it's also just east of a supercell that's pretty much discrete and right near Fargo that's trying to get going. So this is a particularly concerning situation for this supercell near Fargo. If it can remain discrete and get organized as it moves off into this area, it'll begin to establish really good clean inflow, and it'll be tapping into tons of moisture. Yeah, I'm gonna keep Meteor on, to be honest with you. One thing that is important to see is near the current storm near Fargo right now. The surface winds are 5 knots again, coming much more southerly, and so that is definitely limiting things, and it's also paving the way for some of this storm training with more cells firing off to the south, and that could completely diminish our tornado threat. I mean, not entirely, but it could significantly diminish our tornado threat. I should not say completely, but it could definitely lower our tornado threat by a lot. So yeah, this is a definitely a concerning situation with the cell near Fargo if it can get organized. Now, again, there's a chance that it doesn't get organized and nothing happens with it at all besides it producing some wind and hail. We may never even get a tornado warning on this thing. That's just the reality of this type of situation. We're not looking at a robust outbreak. We're looking at the isolated potential for a strong tornado here. Um, and the more widespread risk for some weaker tornadoes as well. And again, we could still see a strong tornado really anywhere in this region that I've just circled on the map. Yeah, 86 over 86, I have no idea how that's even possible. Genuinely, I have no clue. This is right near Wahpeton or Wahpeton. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I'm assuming that this METAR plot was literally okay. It was taken at the airport, and it's surrounded by a bunch of cornfields, most likely. So it's likely it's not actually 86 over 86 for that whole area, just right around the airport there, where they're in the middle of those cornfields where you have all that corn sweat going on. So that's most likely what's going on. But regardless, 86 over 86 near the corn sweat likely implies we're at like 86 over maybe 80 or so, which is still absolutely insane. And for those who don't know what corn sweat is, it's just transpiration of corn. When you get into this season, into July, the corn releases a lot of water into the atmosphere. and it can significantly impact our severe weather in areas like Iowa and other areas where there's a lot of corn, really just the whole Midwest. All right, so we are seeing one dominant updraft now getting established near Sabin. So this storm is getting organized in real time, and we're watching it possibly take a slight turn from going pretty much due northward like this to moving slightly more like this. And the more it curves to the right is going to be the more dangerous things are going to get. Again, over here at, I don't know what this town is. What is this? Detroit Lakes. Interesting. Over at Detroit Lakes, our winds are coming more out of the southeast. They're much more backed, and there's so much moisture available in this region. So this storm is going to have the ingredients available to it. So it's just, can it take advantage of them and try to produce a tornado? So again, if you're in the path of this storm, if you're in areas like Ullin, Hitterdal, Callaway, Lake Park, Hawley, Averil, Felton, Ogama, Flom, Waban, anywhere this storm might be moving towards, Borup, Twin Valley, Monoman, any of these areas, I mean, you need to be concerned about this storm and paying good attention to it, as it could easily become tornadic. Now, again, I'm not saying it's going to become tornadic. It may not, but it definitely could. The ingredients are there. And if you don't trust me on that, that's okay. Here's what the Storm Prediction Center says. They're in a 10% tornado risk for that exact region. And this is a really good job by the Storm Prediction Center. thus far anyway. We're having all sorts of semi-discrete cells starting to fire off again in like a straight line just right ahead of our cold front here. You can literally see where the cold front is based on the winds. So all these winds are coming this direction, and then on the warm sector side, they are going out of the south towards the north. So we can see where our cold front is right now. So it is going to get pretty busy here pretty quickly. And I am expecting us to hit that, like, quote unquote, peak intensity of the night in terms of our tornado threat anyway, over the next about 45 minutes. We're getting into that period right this second, pretty much. I had mentioned earlier at about 8:30 that we would start getting, like, we would enter that peak mode at around 8:30. And I think that is still going to be pretty much the case. All right. Again, if you know anybody in this general area that may be in the path of this supercell, please share some sort of notification with them if you don't think that they're aware of this storm, because again, it could easily become tornadic. And we're not there yet. I'm not trying to scare anybody. Obviously, this storm might do nothing. I want to be totally clear on that. It may do just wind damage and maybe some hail. There might not be any kind of a tornado threat that develops at all with it, but it is entering a very favorable environment. So it's just important to be aware of the possibility. And I know having METAR data on, which is all these little station plots that are giving us weather information, I know that it makes my map a little bit messy, but I think it's really important in this scenario that we continue to monitor that METAR as closely as possible. So I'm going to leave it on, so you're just going to have to bear with me. I apologize, but just to the east, it looks like this was... Okay. Okay, so this was like 35 minutes ago that this was measured. 80 degrees is our wet bulb temperature. My goodness. This is just ridiculous out here near Detroit Lakes. I mean, to be fair, this station plot was taken right next to a bunch of lakes, you know? There are some things that are skewing these measurements a little bit. But regardless, there is still a ton of moisture present. And the winds are really the more important feature here. We already know there's a lot of moisture present. The winds coming out of the southeast and being this well backed and this clean going into the storm for inflow. Like if you look at where the storm would need inflow, it's right there, right? So, I mean, that is a perfectly parallel line. That is perfect inflow for this type of storm. So that's why the winds are so important to look at too. Arguably more important than the moisture. Because again, we already know there's going to be moisture. We know there's plenty of moisture present. We are getting multiple lines of storms starting to move throughout North Dakota, and they're just going to continue on this direction. Eventually towards Grand Forks. So Grand Forks might get smacked with multiple rounds of severe weather, or at least just thunderstorms. They already have one kind of cluster / line starting to push through. They might have another in a little bit, and then the main one will likely come behind that. So potentially 3 different waves of thunderstorms through areas like Grand Forks. Oh, it literally tells me what time this was measured right below that without me having to convert from Z time. So yeah, all of these, I think all of these were taken at around 7:55. That is what I'm seeing thus far. So yeah, we're gonna continue to stay with things very closely here. I know it is getting late into the evening on a work night. You know, it's getting towards around 8:30 p.m. Central anyway. But it is important that if you're in those regions that even if you're going to go to sleep, you need to have like a weather radio turned on or multiple ways to receive alerts so that you wake up and you know if one of these types of storms becomes tornadic and is headed for you, or if you have a significant windbag type of storm coming your way as well. I'm not expecting anything insane with our winds tonight, like on the order of 90 to 100 miles per hour, but maybe 70, maybe peaking at around 80 miles per hour tonight. Definitely within the realm of possibility. Back to our cell from a while ago in Nebraska, it is still downtrending, but it has become more discreet. So if it can kind of redevelop itself and try to sustain itself, and it looks like the other one near Wakanda is about to interact with this boundary. So we could definitely see one of these, since they have fully separated from one another somehow. We could definitely see one of these or multiple of them become tornadic here. We did just get our first tornado warning out in Minnesota, so this is for our Fargo storm. And again, we've been watching this couplet just develop here, literally over the last 3 scans, and it's wrapped up quick. So this is why I've been watching the storm so closely. I've been talking about the surface winds and the moisture here. Look at these wind barbs. And look where the storm needs its inflow. Whoops. Look where the storm needs its inflow, right? And here's your wind barb over here. I mean, that is it couldn't be more cut and dry of why there is a significant tornado threat, specifically with this storm, as long as it can stay discreet. Now, one thing that could completely kill it off is these cells to the south. But if any of them just get ingested and brought around into the back of the storm, that could definitely maintain it and just really add more fuel to it. So we're kind of in the weeds here. But our first tornado warning for Minnesota on the night is active. This is for Clay County, Minnesota. It's just east of Fargo, literally right across the river. I'm not seeing anything that would indicate that we have a tornado on the ground right this second, but we could get a tornado at any point as this just continues to uptrend here. And we're only looking at 4,500 feet in the air. So this is not your upper mid-level rotation around, 8 to 10,000 feet like we often see in radar holes. We are pretty close to the Mayville radar here. And there it is. I'll circle it for you. Here's the Mayville radar up here. It's a really bad circle. There it is. And my drawing skills are just putrid, unfortunately. That's just the world that we live in. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Move. Home. Okay. All right, we are locking in and getting in that mode here. As we are getting a VROT of getting close to around 50, really around 40. So if this continues to uptrend, which it just did, this storm is definitely concerning and it's wrapping up quick. So we could have a tornado just south of Glendon really within the next minute or two, if not right now. And this is headed towards areas like Glendon and Hawley. So our tornado, if we had one, would be right over Sabin essentially. And it's headed right up. That arrow is not super indicative. It's more like this. It's headed right up towards Glendon, eventually towards Averill, Hitterdal, Hawley, Ulen, and maybe towards Felton. So if you're in this area in Clay County, Minnesota, you've got to be taking this one seriously here. And we're just continuing to uptrend with every scan, and this thing's wrapping up quick. And you can see it's now starting to establish that clean inflow here. So you remember our wind barb that I talked about, right? It's coming from this direction. Green means towards the radar, right? The radar is up here. So these green winds must be coming towards the radar. And look how similar of an angle that is from our wind over here to our arrow that is the inflow of this storm. So it's starting to ingest that clean inflow that we talked about. So this is definitely a concerning situation here just southeast of Fargo near Sabin. And if I disable the map here, you can see that Sabin is a populated little town just on the outskirts of Fargo, which of course is a major city. Now, it doesn't look like this put down a tornado over Sabin, but it's definitely possible that it did. All right, we are continuing to uptrend here. So this one is headed towards Glendon. Still not seeing any CC drop. That would indicate we have a tornado on the ground lofting debris at 4,500 feet into the air, which would be detected by the radar. But we are seeing some pretty strong velocities get put into the mix here with VROTs around 40 miles per hour now. And if you look at our NROT here, this is a derived product, but it is still somewhat useful. It is showing up some high values, getting close to 2. So the highest values that we've seen today and really in a little while, to be honest with you. At least when I've looked at it anyway. I don't look at it much, but it is sometimes, a nice visual description of we have rotation here and it's looking concerning. So again, this is our only tornado warning on the map. And we don't really have a lot going on around the map in terms of severe storms, but we have so much convection that's beginning to fire off. Any of these cells could also become tornadic near Wheaton or Tinta. It looks like the cell to the north fell apart near Fertile. So that's interesting to see. And it looks like we have another supercell, like basically a split possibly on our original cell. So we may have had a splitting updraft here. And we have tons of convection still going on all around the map here. And I lost my METAR. I was just going to show you where the cold front is. But basically where the cold front is it's draped along somewhere like this. And it's beginning to fire off all that convection here. And we are at around basically exactly 8:30 p.m. Central Time. We're a few seconds shy. And our most recent METAR scan was 14 minutes ago. And it was still showing 78/78. So we're still seeing very, very moist air. And we're still seeing winds coming out of the southeast here. So very well backed surface winds. And these actually might be 10 knot winds, to be honest with you. I think, yeah, these are 10 knot winds. So we do have 10 knot winds actually coming out here. I didn't realize the format they use with their flags. You can see that's a 5 knot wind example, which looks like this. So we do have 10 knot winds. So again, this is just all the more concerning is we're just adding concern, and that couplet is improved even more on the next scan here. We could easily have a tornado literally at any point here, just south of Glendon. Seeing around 50 knots, getting up to around 40 knots. So that is definitely concerning here. So we're getting close to a VROT of around 45 here, and our NROT just continues to increase. We are now up to 1.84 here. So this is a particularly concerning situation. We could definitely get a strong tornado from this. I'm not saying we have one. I don't think we do, but we could get one. So we need to watch this one very closely. And again, it's possible this doesn't put down a tornado at all. I want to be 100% transparent with that. But we have to watch it very closely in case it does. We're going to get another scan in the velocities in just a second, and it looks like it's fallen apart. I don't know what happened. I have no idea what just happened here, but it looks like it completely fell apart over the most recent scan, unless we're getting some kind of radar interference, which is definitely possible. We might have some contaminated radar data here. But another possible sub area of rotation near Glendon. As it looks like some of the storm training going on from the southwest may be cutting off our inflow in some type of way. So some of this convection down here could train into our cluster, which is, was a discrete supercell, is now a split supercell. So we have, here's your left split essentially, and here's your right split. And now it's storm training out to the southwest. So that's good news because that will limit our tornado threat with this. You can see literally one scan ago, it was looking extra concerning. And now it's basically kerplunked on itself. Now it could still easily recycle and try again here, as we may see this, what might be a secondary updraft near Glendon get recycled down into the same space and try again. So Still a concerning storm. All right. So we should get another radar scan here not too long from now. And we're going to see if this thing is going to try to recycle or if it's going to kerplunk on itself. And again, this is not our only area of concern. Now, this is our primary region of concern, but we could still have multiple storms jump up into that region and take advantage of these backed surface winds. You can see these are coming in at 15 knots, also beginning to get more backed as well. And we have tons of moisture available. Dew points getting into the upper 70s, even clipping 80 at different portions or at different point locations, I meant to say. So we should get a velocity scan here any second. Okay, we already do have one, and it looks like it is going to try and recycle. So I don't think this storm is fully done yet. It looks like it is going to try and pull in these targets down here and essablish that new hook with its updraft. So it looks like we are going to have one dominant updraft here. Wow. Yeah, so definitely a pretty powerful storm. And it looks like our left split is going to die off too, which is only going to add more fuel to the fire. As that outflow, if this it's probably not really going to die off. It's more just going to get merged right back into right back from whence it came, essentially. So again, right near Glendon, we are seeing this thing recycle right now in real time. It probably won't be long until we get an update on this tornado warning as well, which will eventually shrink it a little bit to cut off the bottom portion of it down here. Incredible drawing. And regardless of the tornado threat, we do still have 2-inch hail tagged on this thing and 60-mile-per-hour winds. I'm going to take a quick look at that hail core. As we are getting, wow, some really impressive values here. We're getting 50 dBZs at almost 50,000 feet in the air. It's just really impressive. That is just unbelievably impressive. We're not seeing those 60 dBZ values squeaking in there that much, so we're probably not seeing insane types of hail, but we have a very strong updraft nonetheless. We did just get an update on one of our severe thunderstorm warnings. This was our considerable severe thunderstorm warning right here. So it has been shrunken down to just include Minnesota. So we have excluded North Dakota from this warning is essentially what's happened here. Except for it looks like a tiny couple little slivers. So technically still in Minnesota, or in North Dakota here with our tornado warning. But the tornado warning is probably going to be shrunken down within just a second here as well, as the storm does continue to propagate to the northeast. So this next radar scan is going to be pretty important here, as we are going to find out, and it should be in any second. We're going to find out if this is going to continue to recycle or if it is going to start to fall off. And it is definitely recycling, as there is that scan. We're trying to reestablish inflow here, and you can see that we still have this RFD becoming pretty prominent here. So this storm is definitely trying to recycle. Its tornado threat is not gone right now at all. It could produce a tornado at any time. I don't think it's going to within the next 2 minutes here, but it could easily get a little bit better as it moves up to the northeast. Oh, I'm seeing we're getting rated from Cruz Haynes. I appreciate that, Cruz. Thank you very much. And again, we are covering this tornado warning right now out here in Minnesota. This is Clay County. All right, we're going to continue to watch the next couple of radar scans here to see how this storm continues to trend. A quick look around the map as we do still have tons of convection starting to fire off throughout all of Minnesota. Any of these that could become supercellular will pose a tornadic threat, such as the one down here near Campbell. We don't really have a good radar close by, unfortunately. It's another area where we do need another radar unit. Cruz, I appreciate the raid, my friend. Thank you guys for bringing the heat. And our tornado warning was just shrunken down a little bit here. So we have been condensed just a tiny bit. We're still in Clay County, Minnesota. All right, in our latest scan, things are starting to wrap back up. Now, I will say those velocities have dropped a little bit, but the rotation is still there. And the couplet is beginning to get more organized. So we need to watch this one very, very closely. And now we are just northeast of Glendon here. So we're not in a very populated area at the moment where this couplet is centered around. And hopefully it will continue to just kind of split through all of these towns here. All of these towns that are kind of outskirts of Fargo on the Minnesota side of the border. Folks in our chat right now, if you are not subscribed to Cruz, give him a subscribe. And that warning, or not warning, but it's an update you're seeing at the top of your screen there. That is just this tornado warning being shrunken down. We don't have any new tornado warning right now. All right, I'm going to check in on these storms in Nebraska here. As the northernmost supercell has completely died, but the southernmost one is still alive and actually trying to get itself going again. So if this one can get going, that would be interesting. I will say those surface winds are not backed at all. So it's going to be, this one's going to have a tough time getting going, but it is possible, especially as it interacts with this boundary here that is draped all throughout this area, all the way down through Laurel. All right, back to Clay County, Minnesota. We are just continuing to watch this storm progress. We should get an update here in a minute or so. All right. And again, keep in mind that one of the greatest concerns with this storm is these 10-knot winds that are coming out of the southeast. So very well-backed winds coming right into the inflow for this storm. Perfectly parallel with the inflow that you need to be effective for this storm. So the more backed these surface winds are, the better for tornado genesis. And we're seeing all these winds just beginning to back out in this whole area. I mean, all of these winds. 10-knot winds backing out. And you can see as you go to the south, those winds are not backed at all anymore. Or they're not backed at nearly as much, I should say. So all of these storms down here in southern Minnesota are going to have a much tougher time getting going in terms of any tornado risk. Now, it's still possible we see an embedded tornado once this becomes a line at any point. So that's definitely still something to be concerned about. As we did just get a downstream considerable severe thunderstorm warning placed on our left split here, which is, yeah, still doing its thing. And it's moving up towards Borup, Ada, Lockhart, and Beltrami. And that one is going to be for Clay, Norman, and Polk counties in Minnesota here. But our primary concern is this rotating couplet that we've got, which has tightened up a little bit, but it is those velocities are still dropping, or are dropping down slightly. Right around the, like now, really, when you're getting this notch in here, like this is where that effective inflow that I'm talking about comes into play. Again, here's another METAR, which is 10 knot winds. This is the wind flag, I guess, that is coming out of that area. I don't know why I'm blanking on the term for it, on like what it's called. But essentially these winds are coming at 10 knots, like right into the storm, into its inflow. Cruz, thank you very much, man. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the raid. Everyone make sure that you give Cruz Haynes Weather a follow if you're out here. Follow him on all social platforms that he has, and give him a sub on YouTube while you're sitting here watching me cover the storm in Clay County, Minnesota. So again, the next radar scan is really going to be everything here to see if this is going to continue to uptrend or if we're going to start to fall apart. Because right around now is when this one is either going to have to do it or recycle. All right, we did just get that latest reflectivity scan, and our velocity scan will be here any minute, as it looks like this is just notching out even more in terms of our reflectivity scan. But we need a couple seconds here to get our velocity scan. I'm just going to leave it on here, and we'll watch it come in real time within the next maybe 10, 15 seconds. There it is. Okay. So a little bit of a downtrend, which is great news. So this one may not be able to do it. It is the morphology of it almost looks a little bit better here, but it needs to recycle itself a little bit again and try to wrap up a second time. I'm surprised we haven't seen this tornado warning polygon get shrunken down a little bit yet. But if you're anywhere south of whatever this highway is that goes in and out of Fargo towards Detroit Lakes, if you're anywhere south of that highway, you are pretty much good in terms of the tornado threat right now. And they'll probably remove you from that tornado warning polygon not too long from now. Meanwhile, our left split does have a little bit of a hail core going on. So it appears anyway. As we do have that possible bounded weak echo region setting up here. It looks like we do have it. It's just a little bit difficult to visualize, but it is there. Here's that rainbow. So it is there. And this storm is continuing to try to do it here. Again, it's not trending incredibly right now, but it is in the most favorable environment that it's going to have. So if it's going to do it, it's going to be, you know, within the next 10 to 15 minutes here, something like that, where it's going to try and become tornadic. And eventually it's going to run into issues with congestion here. as we do have tons of other cells firing off all over the place. It looks like it's even tightening up, possibly a little more, possibly. Difficult to tell. We'll wait till we get those velocities in just a second. As there it is. And what do we have here? Okay. So we do still have one dominant updraft, and there we go. Our tornado warning polygon has been shrunken down to just around the highway, like I said. Now we still have one dominant updraft here, but this definitely needs a couple more minutes to try and recycle. But our main dominant updraft is right here. This is southwest of Ulan and kind of like west-southwest of Hitterdal. Hitterdal. I don't know. Close enough. Regardless, most importantly is that inflow is still coming in pretty clean. And again, we do still have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning with 55 minutes left for our left split here, which is tagged for golf ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. We are getting reports of a rotating wall cloud here from CJ Ziegler. This was 4 minutes ago. So we do have a rotating wall cloud here. And there's tons of chasers on this. And a rotating wall cloud does not surprise me at all right now, though I don't think this is looking like it's going to put down a tornado right this second. It needs a couple more minutes. We did just get another tornado warning for Polk, Grand Forks, and Trail counties in Minnesota here. So I wasn't really watching this. Okay. Interesting. Apparently we have, okay, so we have reports of a funnel cloud. That's what's sparking this. It doesn't look incredible on radar, really. Maybe this is what it is. That's on the southern end here. Yeah, we're just so close to the radar. It looks like that's the issue. Okay, let's not do that. So we do have another tornado warning in place. Yeah, that's what the issue is. It's just that we're so close to the radar. So we do have a funnel cloud reported on this storm. So this one is just north of Hillsboro. And it is coming out of North Dakota here and headed into Minnesota. So this is for Polk, Grand Forks, and Trail counties. And we do have a tornado reported here, a slender cone 1 mile west. This was like a minute ago. So we may have a tornado on the ground now. And we have multiple tornado reports. So it appears that we do have a tornado on the ground here as the storm is continuing to wrap up. And yeah, I think we've got a tornado on the ground here. So this is the one that's going to do it for the time being anyway. So this is between Averill and Hitterdal, and it's headed towards Ulan. So again, we do have a confirmed tornado on the ground. I'm sure it'll get confirmed by the National Weather Service within minutes here. Possibly seconds. It appears to be a small rope tornado for the time being. So not a super damaging tornado yet. It could get there though. But again, we have two different tornado reports from two different people right around the exact same time, within 5 seconds of each other. And that was not long after we had reports of a rotating wall cloud. We also just had reported a funnel cloud just about a minute ago. and another report of a funnel cloud. And it looks like it is possibly retreated back into the wall cloud, which is rapidly rotating. So we're getting tons of reports popping up around this. We did just have another report of a brief rope tornado. So it appears as though we did have at least one tornado with this, and it's going to continue to recycle, and it's going to keep trying to do it. You can just see the way that the storm is taking this weird shaped morphology. It's because of those surface winds, where we just have those backed surface winds that are enhancing its inflow. And again, we have another tornado warning just east of Mayville. And yeah, we had reports of a funnel cloud up there on this one. I'm not seeing anything that looks crazy, but it's at southern end Charlie. So 2 tornado warnings on the map right now. And possibly a brief confirmed tornado. And keep in mind, we do still have a couple of considerable severe thunderstorm warnings. One of them is going to expire here within a couple minutes. And the other one is for our left split from our main supercell here, which is bringing golf ball size hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. And we do have confirmation that this tornado just northwest of Hawley, Minnesota, was in fact lifting debris. I have a visual on that I can't share, unfortunately, but we do have debris being lifted. So we did have, at least briefly, had a confirmed tornado for sure. And this was just northwest of Hawley. So where all these reports are coming from. So here's Hawley, and this tornado would have been right in this area here. And if I turn on storm spotters, there you go. You can see where everybody's at. Tons of folks on this storm. And we are about to get another update on our velocities here. As you can see, that inflow region is tightening up. So we could easily see another tornado form with this as that inflow region tightens up. It's like putting your thumb over a garden hose. So we could easily see this thing tighten right back up and put down another tornado. And it looks like it's going to try and do it. So we're most certainly getting strong rotation headed towards areas like Ullin here in Minnesota. So strong rotation here, just west of Hittertal. So again, we did have what appeared to be a confirmed brief tornado that lofted some debris just northwest, of Hawley. And now we could easily have another tornado headed right towards Ullin. And now the angle this storm is at, you will notice that as this storm has moved to the north, these wind barbs are looking even more parallel here to our inflow. So this is still a very concerning storm that could be producing a tornado right now or at any second in the near future. And of course, we do still have the tornado warning ongoing up here through North Dakota and into Minnesota, which doesn't look terribly concerning, but there were reports of a funnel cloud. And this is for Polk, Grand Forks, and Trail counties across Minnesota and North Dakota. And then, of course, our main event right now is down here headed towards Ullin, which is continuing to look concerning down here. Definitely a threatening storm. So what appeared to be at least a brief tornado seems to not be on the ground right now, but we could have more storm reports come in within seconds. And our tornado warning polygon has been shrunken down a little bit. And that's what you're seeing at the top of your screen now. Meanwhile, all throughout Minnesota, we're just seeing this line of thunderstorms start to kick off here. And all of these storms are going to pose the risk for an embedded tornado, especially the further north you go, the greater your risk is going to be for a possible embedded tornado. But I'm not particularly concerned about those. And that is where our cold front is at right now, by the way. Pushing right through here. All these storms are firing off ahead of it. All right, we're going to go back to the Mayville radar. Yeah, we did get 3 separate reports of a tornado on the ground. What appeared to be a brief rope tornado that did produce a little bit of damage. As it looks like our inflow is starting to become even more prevalent here, which is not ideal. Again, I'm not seeing any indication that we're getting some sort of a debris signature on radar. As it does look like things are starting to wrap up, and it is possible that we're getting into a potentially rain wrap scenario here if we do have a tornado at this point. We haven't seen any reports in a little while. And I do want to point out that we don't have a lot of warnings on the map in general. We have the considerable severe thunderstorm warning on your screen here for our original left split and the 2 tornado warnings on your screen. Other than that, we have literally 1 severe thunderstorm warning, and it's in southwestern North Dakota for this supercell, which looks like it could be a decent hail producer. Yeah, this one could probably end up producing golf ball sized hail. We will see what happens with it as it continues to develop. It's eventually headed towards Bismarck, or at least that general vicinity, maybe south of. And again, we're not seeing any updated reports as of right this second regarding this storm. We do still have the ongoing tornado warning for the storm that is now pushing through areas like Buxton, Climax, and Eldred. This is south of the general Grand Forks area. As things are getting messy. You can kind of see where that, oh, okay, we did just get a new extension on this tornado warning. So we have a new tornado warning polygon on the map. This is an extension. So we do have a new tornado warning on the map here. So this one's going to last for 40 minutes about. It's tagged for up to tennis ball sized hail as well. So some sort of a strong hail core going on here around Ulan. As you can see, this towering updraft getting targets as much as 50 dBZs up to around 40,000 feet, 60 dBZs at around 30,000 feet. So definitely could be producing at the very least golf balls, if not potentially all the way up to tennis ball size hail. So we do have 3 tornado warnings on the map right now. 2 of them are pertaining to the same storm. And the original one is probably going to be canceled within the next like 4 or 5 minutes here as this storm begins to move out of that original polygon. The storm is right near Ulan and it's headed towards Flom and Monument. So this is what we're looking at. Velocity couplet here, and it's headed off this direction towards Flom, Fossum, Monument, areas like that. So again, multiple tornado warnings on the map right now. We haven't had any confirmation on a tornado, but we did have a visual that I saw, which appeared as though we had a brief tornado on the ground that did loft a little bit of debris around it. And that post, if you want to search for it on Twitter, you can find it. It was Jaden Pappenheim that posted it. So you can find that if you would like. All right, we're going to continue rolling with things here the best that we can. We do still have like a possible little couplet just west of Climax or southwest of Eldred here, right near the North Dakota and Minnesota border. Marcus Welby, I see you in the chat. How you doing? Again, multiple tornado warnings on the map right now. 2 different tornadic storms. We have tons of convection going on throughout all of Minnesota, really, top to bottom, ahead of this cold front. And you can literally see where that cold front is as the winds behind this white line are going this direction about. The winds in front of it are going in this direction. Marcus, I am doing fantastic. Thank you so much for asking. And again, we haven't had any new reports coming out of this storm in terms of funnel clouds, rotating wall clouds, or anything like that. We are going to get a new velocity scan here in just a second as this thing continues to try and wrap up. Okay, and there's that latest velocity couplet scan as it looks like we are trying to get a tornado right near Ulan here. So definitely a concerning one. And we're going to continue to stay with this storm. Again, we've been watching this storm for quite a while now, since before it crossed the border into Minnesota, south of Fargo down here. We talked about this environment that it's moving into, where you can see on METAR all of this data coming through, where you have these well-backed surface winds that are coming in at 10 knots, and you have really favorable dew points. Excuse me, down here at Detroit Lakes, the latest METAR is showing us 79-degree dew points. That's absolutely insane. So tons of moisture and favorable surface winds in this environment here. That is why this storm is able to get going and remain semi-discrete despite other little bits of convection around it, including undergoing a split, which the left mover is now pushing through Lockhart north of Ada. And it has been downgraded from a considerable severe thunderstorm warning to just a regular severe thunderstorm warning with 60-mile-per-hour wind and inch-and-a-quarter sized hail. We are still tagged for tennis ball sized hail in our tornado warning down here. And this tornado warning is for Becker, Clay, Monoman, and Norman counties in Minnesota. We're going to take a look at this hail core here, as it is becoming even more impressive. We're getting 50 dBz values almost as high as 50,000 feet. We're also getting 60 dBz values as high as 30,000 feet. So we could definitely be seeing up to tennis ball size hail with this storm. And again, the map isn't covered in polygons right now. We have a total of, 7 polygons on the entire map. We have 2 flash flood warnings, 2 severe thunderstorm warnings, and 3 tornado warnings. And one of those tornado warnings is going to get lifted within a moment here, as it is the old polygon doesn't really need to be there anymore. And it looks like things might be starting to go south for this storm, as some of this convection is beginning to work its way into the inflow, which will contaminate that inflow and possibly limit our tornado threats. So that is the hope. We are hoping that is happening. We're gonna see the next velocity scan in just a second here, and that maybe is happening, but we still have a very strong velocity couplet here, and we're only looking at around 4,200 feet in the air. So very strong velocity couplet just near Yulin. And here's this NROT product. It's a derived product. It's not incredibly, you can't rely on it all the time, but in this case, where we've got that velocity couplet and we're pretty low in the atmosphere, you can clearly see here that we have strong rotation going on right over Yulin. The last time we had any report associated with this storm for any kind of tornado or funnel cloud or anything like that was around 20 minutes ago. So we have been undergoing a recycle here. And we are starting to get into the evening hours where the sun is now down. So again, this is a tornado warning that could easily put down a tornado at any point right near Yulin, headed towards Flom and Monoman. And this is for Becker, Clay, Monoman, and Norman counties in Minnesota. We still have the tornado warning active for Polk and Trail counties in Minnesota and North Dakota, splitting the river there. I think I am going to go ahead and take my city names and turn them up just a notch here. Make them just slightly larger. I think that'll be useful. Just to help things be just a little bit more visible. All right, so we are going to be getting another radar scan in here soon. And this could be like the radar scan that tells us this thing is going to continue or is going to start to fall apart. So we're going to see if we uptrend or downtrend here in just a couple seconds when we get this next radar scan. We're going to watch for it very closely. And we are not far from it. And there it is. So we just had our latest reflectivity scan, and that velocity scan will be in just a moment here. Okay, and there it is. So on our latest scan, we have downtrended a little bit on our rotation. And it looks like that updraft is beginning to lag behind. So we may be seeing the collapse of this updraft here. as it may be getting a little bit more heavily tilted. You're going to notice it's centered right over Yulin on this scan, and on the next one, it's not really moved much. So that updraft may be beginning to lag behind just a little bit. So we might be watching things begin to fall apart. But hopefully that is the case. We're going to continue to stay with this one. This is still an active tornado warning, as the original one is going to be allowed to expire in about a minute and a half. But we are still going to have 2 tornado warnings on the map, at least for the time being. One of those storms is just crossing the river towards Eldred and Climax. And then the other one is near Yulin and headed towards Flom. All right, back to southwest North Dakota. I wanted to check in on this supercell, which is now beginning to inch closer towards the radar here, which will help us get a better picture on it. We're still looking decently high, although this doesn't, it looks like it's downtrending here. So we'll take a quick volumetric scan and see if that appears to be true. Yeah, it looks like we are downtrending in southwestern North Dakota, so not anything terribly concerning down there. So yeah, it does look like we are downtrending a little bit out here in Minnesota. And again, we are in kind of the northwestern section of Minnesota. All right. We are staying on here. We're going to have another radar scan coming in soon. We don't have the reflectivity scan is in. We're going to have that storm relative velocity. There it is. Okay, so we are most certainly downtrending here, which is great news as we're heading towards Flom. So our storm is beginning to fall apart just a little bit, and our original tornado warning has been lifted now. So we are down to 2 tornado warnings, both in Minnesota for Becker, Clay, Monoman, and Norman counties. That's our most concerning cell. And then another one splitting in North Dakota and Minnesota for Polk and Trail counties. Okay, we do have a new cell that is getting organized now, headed towards Lake Park. So this is another one to watch. Oh. So this is another one we're going to watch closely. It's another young supercell, and then it's that southern end Charlie here. So the southernmost cell is always going to be able to get the best inflow. And again, it's moving into an area where it's going to have very favorable inflow. So here's what these wind barbs are looking like right now. Those winds are coming out of the southeast. So this storm on the southern end here is definitely going to pose a pretty significant risk. As you can see, that inflow is coming right into where it needs to go. And there's plenty of moisture for it to work with. And I would imagine a lot of chasers are going to abandon this northern storm and start heading towards the southern one here soon. There's tons of chasers out there today. But the good news is that our... Whoa, did not mean to do that. Okay. The good news is that our tornado warning for this tornado that we do believe produced a brief tornado that lofted just a little bit of debris, as we saw a video from Pappenheim on Twitter. We do believe there was a brief tornado. We also believe that this one is looking like it's falling apart, which is fantastic news. We do have another cell developing on the southern end of this, headed towards Lake Park. Eventually towards Callaway as well. So this one's coming right up this direction, maybe towards Ogama or Nitawash? Natawash? Probably Natawash. All right, so we had our latest reflectivity scan in. Our velocity scan should be in just a second here. We do have a new funnel cloud report, probably with the southern end Charlie here, as our cell back near Flom is still like trying to recycle a little bit. But we did just get a new funnel cloud report. Actually, a pair of them. So we just had 2 different funnel cloud reports pop up here on this southern end storm. So we're probably going to have another tornado warning put in place here. And again, this storm is in an environment where there's plenty of good inflow and pretty laminar. Well, I mean, I should say pretty laminar inflow is what I'm trying to say, and plenty of moisture. There we go. I've really been struggling with my words all day today, and I don't know why. All right. Meanwhile, in North Dakota, that tornado warning that's straddling North Dakota and Minnesota from Polk and Trail counties is now fully on the Minnesota side of the border. Seeing a comment from Kaysen Weather talking about going to getting a degree in meteorology after high school. Do I have any tips or advice? Absolutely. Pay attention in your maths. Study hard, pay attention in your maths, and learn how to read soundings. Those are really the best things that you can do to get ahead. I also do not recommend doing an online program. It is there's nothing wrong with that, but you're not going to learn quite as effectively unless you really, really hold yourself accountable. And there's a lot of great schools. Of course, I went to Mississippi State and I absolutely loved it, but there's a lot of great schools. So make sure that you choose the one that works best for you. Don't just choose the one that's closest to you or the one that you think maybe has the best reputation. As we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning put in place for 60-mile-per-hour winds, 1-inch hail, and probably tornado possible tagged. No, it is not. Okay, so we may be getting an additional tornado warning on this cell, which is just about to roll through Lake Park, just east of Hawley. But yeah, meteorology is a lot of math. I got a math minor in college because I only needed to take a few extra classes outside of the meteorology curriculum to get that math minor because we do a lot of math. I did calculus 1 through 4. I did differential equations, linear algebra, statistics, all mathematical foundations of machine learning. I did all sorts of math. Math is very, very important in meteorology. As our cell near Flom is possibly trying to retighten itself, but it is a much weaker couplet than it was earlier. So still a valid tornado warning. It wouldn't shock me if they canceled it, but I don't think they need to cancel it. They can definitely leave it up. Yeah, what Summer Dragon has said in the chat is absolutely true. Math is important for meteorology for a variety of reasons. Number one is that all of our governing equations that define our atmosphere and define how our models work are derived mathematically using high-level calculus. And if you don't understand them, you'll never be able to know exactly what the limitations of our models are. And therefore, you also will have a failure of understanding how to interpret models fully correctly. And you'll also have a lack of understanding on the atmosphere as a whole. So in meteorology, you're not doing a lot of math with numbers. You're doing very, very little math with numbers. It's a lot of conceptual calculus stuff with a lot of variables. So it gets very complicated very quickly. For example, like the vorticity equation will take up 2 full whiteboards across a room, just to write the equation down when you expand it in all of its incredible glory. The momentum equations, you really need to know the 6 governing equations if you want to have a really solid understanding of how our atmosphere functions. You just need to know about how you need to learn about them and learn how they work and where they come from. You're never going to need to solve them, or really plug numbers into them. That's not realistic in meteorology. But you need to have that background in math to be able to figure out how they work. Um, well, I should say by figure out, I mean be taught. Your professors teach you how it works, obviously. You don't have to just figure it out. Yeah, absolutely, Summer Dragon. There's people don't realize how much math is in meteorology. They kind of turn their nose at it like, oh, it's a science, but it's not like engineering. You're not doing a lot of math. We do just as much math, if not more, than the engineers. We do a thermodynamics course. We do momentum and kinematics. We do everything in meteorology. We do fluid dynamics. It's a very complicated science. So our tornado warning that was straddling the North Dakota and Minnesota border has been lifted. That was for Polk and Trail counties. That one is now lifted. So we're down to one tornado warning on the map, and we may get another on the cell that's just right near Lake Park. We're going to see these next velocity scans coming in just a second here. And at the top of your screen, you're seeing that tornado warning that was lifted. So that was Polk, Minnesota, and Trail, North Dakota counties, respectively. All right, so the good news is that our cell near Flom is really dying out, I believe. The bad news is that we still have a new updraft that is significantly weaker than it was earlier when it allegedly produced a funnel cloud. But that one could produce a tornado as it continues to recycle. We do have maybe a couplet trying to form here, northeast of Greenview and northwest of Maple Bay. With this cell, which was our original left splitter from forever ago. And it is turning clockwise. So this is if we did get a tornado out of this, it would be an anticyclonic tornado. So our couplet is rotating like this, which is clockwise. So backwards, essentially, from how tornadoes usually spin in our atmosphere. And the reason that is because this was our original left splitter. So essentially what you had was one updraft on this cell here. So you had just one updraft, but it split off into two different updrafts. And this one, number 3, was going to continue to be anticyclonic, so counterclockwise. And number 2 over here, which doesn't look like a 2, number 2 over here would, as a result, become clockwise, so anticyclonic. So again, here's what that looked like. So here was our original supercell right when it started to split off. So here's your left splitter and your right splitter here. And we can watch over time what happens. The left splitter goes off to the north, the right splitter goes off in its original path, and now you have two completely separate supercells here. We really need another radar out here, and like anywhere in here, we need another radar unit. All sorts of thunderstorms starting to cluster up. Are those stronger or weaker than normal tornadoes? Generally, they're weaker. Generally, they are weaker and shorter lived, but that's not always true. When you have those anticyclonic tornadoes like that. And again, we do have a second updraft forming here just north of Lake Park, Minnesota, where we did have a funnel cloud reported a little while ago. Our original tornado producing storm near Flom, headed towards Monoman, is definitely weakening in terms of the tornado threat. Now, the storm itself is still very strong. You're still going to get some 60-mile-per-hour winds and maybe up to tennis ball sized hail associated with it. We can take a little look at that hail core. As you can see, it was still a very towering hail core, lofting 60 dBz values as high as 30,000 feet into the air, and 50 dBz values as high as 40,000 feet into the air. So still a very strong updraft, capable of producing some large to very large hail. You are absolutely welcome, Virginia Rivers. Thank you for tuning in tonight. Make sure that anyone in the chat right now, if you can like and subscribe if you haven't, it would mean a lot. It's free. You don't have to, but it would mean a lot. It's the number one way that you can support us. Lorian, my goat, when do you get back to the States? None of my chasers are around the storm or are chasing tonight in general. None of my chasers. There's tons of chasers out there. You can see I just turned the names on. So all of these names all around the map are all chasers. There's tons of them out there, but none of my chasers are out there tonight. Lorian, you get back tomorrow night. That's fantastic news. Yeah, so tonight, our number one fail mode has been associated with storms clustering up and becoming too linear. That is kind of what we've seen. That was my main concern a little bit earlier in the broadcast that I talked about. I was a little skeptical of tonight's setup from the beginning, mostly because of storm mode and just a lot of uncertainty with our models right now, as things have not been performing too incredibly well. And again, that's due to a lack of weather balloons being launched. I'm not familiar with Forecast Master, Kaysen. That's I wish I could give you an answer on that, but I don't know. You absolutely may ask what radar I use. And by the way, our tornado warning was just lifted. I don't know how I missed that a second ago, but our tornado warning was just lifted here. So we are officially without any tornado warnings on the map right now. We just have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings in place. Now, we could still see another tornado warning get put on this couplet just north of Lake Park. So we're not exactly out of the woods right now. We do have no tornado warnings on the map. To answer your question, I use GR2 Analyst. It's Gibson Ridge product. Oh, it doesn't work when I do it? Oh, there we go. In the chat, you can see. And again, we do have tons of convection firing off with our cold front just continuing to blow right on through into Minnesota here. You can kind of see where that warm front set up as well. Or at least that's how it appears. I think I had that correct based on these temperatures that I'm seeing. So we have this cool, wow, incredible line drawing skills. I'm just truly Picasso. So we have our cold front coming through this way. So this is our coldest air. And then we have a warm front right through about here. And so this is where you have your, like, I'll call it M for medium temperatured air. And then this is where you have your warmest air down here. So you have your warm front like this and your cold front coming down this way. essentially. And this would kind of be the occluded front in theory. Summer Dragon is saying, speaking of, I tried to download the free trial of GR2 and the EXE doesn't fully install, but that's fine. I'll just watch you use it. Yeah, fair enough. It is an older product, so it's not the most intuitive and user friendly, but once you know how to use it, and once you know, if you buy it and you know how to use it, it is really the best. It's the cream of the crop. It does look like we have some new rotation near Monument trying to develop in our original tornado warn cell, with possibly a second area of rotation near Fossum, just north of. So possibly two different areas of rotation developing up here from our original cell. And this could be associated with another split. It could be undergoing a second split here. And then on our southernmost cell, we are starting to recycle and work back towards a possible rotating couplet worthy of a tornado warning, potentially, if it can tighten up a little bit. This one's headed towards Ogama and Natawash, or Nitawash. Okay, it is Natawash. I was right. That makes me happy inside. Very, very satisfying when I get the pronunciation correct. All right, as you can see along the map, really our only storm reports have come out of this storm that was near Fargo. And we are getting into the later evening hours here, so sunset is well past at this point. We are into the dwindling drops of twilight or of dusk at this point, if not fully pitch black by now. And so a lot of these spotters are likely going to be turning it in for the night. You can still see all sorts of them, including some big names out there. Corey Gherkin, Brandon Kopic. What else do I see out there that I know? The names are so like mushed together, I can't really read anything. Ben Williams out there. I'm straining my eyes for no reason, but there's a lot of folks out there on these storms still. So if we do get anything with, and this is really my main concern, by the way, for a tornado threat, is really this cluster of two storms right here. That pair of semi-discrete supercells. Some weird radar artifact going on from the Minneapolis radar. Just a general cluster of thunderstorms pushing through Minnesota here. And again, all of this is along the cold front here. Good Lord. Like I mentioned before, you can see based on the wind barbs, your winds are coming out this direction with your cold front here, and then they're going this way with your warm front there. And you can see the separation from your warmest temperatures to your slightly less warm temperatures around here where the warm front would be. So this is what we're looking at on the map. My really, really, really artistic drawing. Oh, fantastic update as the Netherlands have just scored on Morocco, I'm seeing in the chat. So they lead 1-0. And it's late in that match, too. I think that was an 8 p.m. kickoff Central Time. We may have a secondary area of rotation developing here on this cell. Or I don't really know exactly what I'm looking at. The updraft may have just broadened out a little bit here. Southwest of Ogama. I don't know exactly what I'm looking at there. Meanwhile, we do still have very broad rotation near Monoman, but nothing really concerning for a tornado threat. The one by Alexandria. Excuse me, these hiccups have plagued me all night. Oh, man. It is hard to tell if this cell near Alexandria is a concern. We are looking at 11,000 to 12,000 feet in the air. My goodness, these hiccups, man. And so we would need to be seeing a pretty vicious looking couplet this high in the air to really have concern that it would translate all the way down towards the surface. And again, out in this area, what you'll notice is that your surface winds are coming much more from the south. So much more parallel to your forcing mechanism, which is in this case the cold front here. So you'll notice the orientation of this cold front is very, very parallel to these surface winds, which is not very conducive for the inflow for tornadoes. Whereas back up where our main area of concern has been, oh man, I'm riding the struggle bus with these hiccups. Where this main concern has been, these surface winds are coming into the storm, which would enhance the inflow and enhance my hiccups probably somehow. But yeah, laminar inflow is the name of the game here, especially as we get into the nighttime hours. We do have a couple more severe thunderstorm warnings ongoing in Nebraska where it looks like we might have some potentially large hail. With getting 60 dBz values upwards of around 25,000 feet, or just around 25,000 feet, and 50 dBz values reaching maybe 35 to 40,000 feet. So definitely a little bit of a hail producer going on in Nebraska here in the cool sector. Interestingly enough. Although I don't think our cold front extends quite that far south, so. When I get hiccups, I just say nope and they disappear. No idea why. That's crazy. Only I could be so lucky. I don't have the elite level talent to make my hiccups just disappear. Regardless, though, we do have 3 severe thunderstorm warnings still in place out in Minnesota. These are going to be for Monoman, Norman, Polk, Becker, Marshall, Pennington, and Red Lake counties in Minnesota. In Nebraska, for the storm I just showed you producing some hail, we do have Boone, Greeley, Howard, and Nance counties, all within severe thunderstorm warnings for some small hail right now, but it could get to be some larger hail a little bit later. And then in North Dakota, we have Grant and Hettinger counties. My goodness. In southwestern North Dakota with this storm that we've been watching for a while, which doesn't really look super concerning. Just some small hail and maybe some 60-mile-per-hour winds. Nothing insane with that one. Oh my goodness. These hiccups are absolutely brutal. Again, no tornado warnings on the map right now. And it looks like our tornado threat is going to significantly die off here over about the next hour or so. So we're probably going to stay on for a little while longer here, but not terribly long. We'll probably be on for about an hour. As we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning for, or actually, I think this is an update on our severe thunderstorm warning out in, southwestern North Dakota. So this one was just shrunken down a little bit more to fit the storm a little better. And again, there are plenty of storm spotters in the area all over these storms. A lot of them are out in the bear's cage out there. So if there is anything going on, we will know it quick. I'm not. You don't have to apologize. I'm just complaining. It's really not that bad. It's just annoying. Okay. I'm curious to see if this little blip, any of these little blips, try to organize themselves over this next scan. If one of them, no, not really. Okay. So our tornado threat is definitely a little more limited with that initial storm. We do have possibly near Ogama another couplet going on here, trying to get itself going. Hiccups while making coffee is a dangerous game because you could spill that hot coffee all over yourself with one single hiccup. All right, man. These hiccups are just ripping me apart. Okay. So we are seeing a little bit of a recycle of the updraft near Ogama, but again, one of the concerns that's going to limit this, or not concern, it's really a good thing. This is going to limit things for us a little bit. Is this other cell that's firing off right into our inflow region, right? So that little cell right there could easily suffocate this updraft near Ogama that's trying to get going. And if it can do that, that'll probably kill off the last tornado risk that we really have for at least for the time being. We could still see new ones develop with any of these cells that are semi-discrete, especially on these southern tips of any of these clusters. But we could still see something get embedded as well. So we could still see something potentially develop down here. We could see anything develop on the southern end of this, which is where we've already been watching things try to develop. Near Lake Itasca, we could see something. Near Purim, there's all sorts of areas where it's possible. Stand and stretch for a minute to stretch your diaphragm. Oh, maybe. I'll think about it. If it keeps bothering me for too much longer than I will, but I don't want to step away from this if I don't have to. Got to keep the coverage rolling. We do have a lot of storms starting to push into the northwestern corner of Iowa as well. None of these are looking really particularly severe, but they will bring some gusty winds, potentially isolated severe gusts of wind up here. And then back down in central Nebraska, we have various storms firing off. all of these are looking like they could be some hail producers here. And it's possible that we could see maybe one or two of them develop some sort of a very, very like brief and weak tornado risk, but I'm not expecting that at all in this environment they're in right here. Taylor is in the chat. We are so back. We are so back. We've never been so back in our entire lives. All right, so we are continuing to see this rotation near Ogama try to tighten up. But we are watching this other updraft right near White Earth. So 2 updrafts here just separated by a hair going on. So they're about to merge. And what happens when they merge is going to largely determine whether or not we have any kind of tornado risk associated with this cell. Taylor having a little drink tonight. Enjoy, enjoy. So we're going to watch this very, very closely here to see what happens near Ogama and White Earth as these 2 updrafts collide. If we can get one updraft that comes out of it, we could definitely have a more elevated tornado risk for this cell. If we don't get one updraft and we get kind of just a mess, basically, it'll just be a mess and we won't really have any kind of a tornado threat. To put it into really, really easy to understand terms. This is true. The weather will not stop from my hiccups. I am simply a vessel of weather communication. I cannot fall victim to the hiccup. I must serve my purpose. Okay, so we just got that next radar scan in for our reflectivity. Our velocities will be here in just a second, and we'll probably have a pretty good picture on what's going to happen with this pair of updrafts here. So again, this is going to come in any second here, but we have 2 updrafts separated here by like a hair. And that update should be in just 2 seconds here. And there it is. Okay, so we might be getting one updraft out of this. Yeah, it looks like we might get one updraft here. So we may have over the next 5 minutes a more elevated tornado risk developing with this one. So really quickly, before we potentially get that tornado threat, I'm going to take a quick bio break, use the restroom, and stretch my diaphragm or whatever I need to do to stop these hiccups. Maybe I'll go scare myself in the mirror or something. Okie dokie. We are back, and I don't think I missed anything. I didn't miss a single radar scan. That is just absolutely brilliant. It didn't work. The hiccups are still there. Oh, wow. Morocco tied it up. So Morocco and the Netherlands tied 1-1. Okay. So here we are. We are going to be getting a new radar scan in just a minute here. For these velocities, should be any second. The latest reflectivity scan is in, and it does look like we might be trying to wrap up down here near White Earth. So we're going to watch this to see this cup. Oh, wait, is that it? Okay, so we're starting to tighten up near White Earth here. It wouldn't shock me to see a tornado warning issued on this from the National Weather Service. So again, this rotating couplet is just east of Ogama and headed towards areas like Nadawash. So we will watch this closely to see if we get a tornado warning. I think it might take one more radar scan of uptrending for them to issue a tornado warning here. We do have some funny business going on up here near just south of Boston and near Langby. So we may have two different tornado threats developing here simultaneously on these two different cells that are kind of sharing some space. Good Lord. Jeez, man. All right. And to be honest with you, this is probably going to be our last like major tornado threat of the night is going to be these two cells. And we'll see what they can do. Maybe down here near Glenwood also. Let's take a look at this. South of Alexandria. Nah, never mind. That doesn't look like anything special. So it looks like out here, this is all just east, by the way, or northeast of Fargo. So we are in northwestern Minnesota, where we have two cells that are going to pose our primary tornado risk for the rest of the evening here, it appears. Maybe another updraft forms on any of these cells that try to fire off and can remain discrete, such as this little guy out here near Detroit Lakes and Wolf Lake. We'll watch that one as well. But we may have two different updrafts trying to get themselves going right here, right now, near Foston and Langby. Right up here. And we did just get the latest reflectivity scan in, where it looks like things are hooking out on that southernmost cell. So I think that southernmost cell is probably going to uptrend when we get our velocity scan in just a second here. So if it does, we're probably going to see a tornado warning issued there. And any second now. I thought we were about to get it probably in 3 seconds. 2, 1, boom. There it is. Okay. So let me remove my circles. So it looks like the one near Langby and Foston has diminished a little bit. Entirely. It looks like it has diminished entirely, actually. So that's good. The one near White Earth has also downtrended a lot. Okay. But it looks morphology-wise like it's getting cleaner inflow. So I'm not too terribly concerned about the one near Foston now. But I am still concerned about the one that is from Ogama and headed towards Nadawash. Lisa, thank you for stopping in. So we are going to stay down here for a couple more radar scans in Minnesota. And then if things are looking like they're going to continue to downtrend, we may end up ending the broadcast for the night. We have been going for about 4 hours and 15 minutes, so not nearly as long as a lot of our other broadcasts has been. But yeah, we're definitely downtrending a little bit here. Yeah, 4 hours already. I will say when I start these broadcasts, a lot of the time, the first hour goes by in 2 seconds. Sometimes even the first like 2 hours go by in like literally like 2 seconds. Like it feels like I'd been live for all of maybe 10 minutes and I've been live for like 90. But sometimes as the night goes on and when things get a little hectic too, it can get, a little tiring and you start to notice like the minutes. But in general, I mean, everything's gone so great with all of our forecast videos and broadcasts. I literally couldn't be happier with how everything has gone. Oh, I'm not going to burn myself out. This is what I want to do for the rest of my life, possibly. So, as things maybe want to try and get going at really either of these updrafts, the one near Langby is still in the realm of possibility, but I highly doubt it. The one down here near between White Earth and Nederwash, that is the one I am mostly concerned about. As Morocco and the Netherlands have gone to extra time. That's crazy. Back-to-back round of 32 matches that have gone to extra time. We just saw Brazil beat Japan 2-1 with a last-second goal in regulation. And then after that, we saw Germany go to extra time and then lose in penalties to Paraguay. And now we're seeing Morocco and the Netherlands going to extra time here. So a really awesome slate of matches this evening. Okie dokie. So we are continuing to roll deep here into the evening hours. It is 10 p.m. Central Time. And we are still tracking the tornado and general severe weather threat ongoing. Mostly into Minnesota now. And specifically, it's these two cells up here that are just northeast of Fargo that are the most concerning on the map by far. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning that was put in place for the cells near Alexandria. Those are eventually moving towards areas like Fort Ripley and Little Falls. And that is just tagged for 60-mile-per-hour winds and 1-inch hail. So nothing crazy, a general severe thunderstorm warning, but still a strong thunderstorm pushing through that area. Meanwhile, we are watching various areas try to get rotating here. The one that looks the most concerning is just west of Elbow Lake, northeast of White Earth. And it's headed towards Nederwash. Eventually towards Rice Lake, perhaps, as well. So we're going to continue to monitor it here. But again, this is we're getting into that territory now where we kind of passed our peak hours up for our tornado risk. And it looks like all we got was one very brief tornado that was reported out there, and it looked as though it did a little bit of damage, but nothing crazy. And that was near Hawley, Minnesota here, just across the border east of Fargo. Right now, we do have 2 flash flood warnings in place. One of them out in Washington for Stevens and Penn or Oriole counties. This is in the northeastern corner of Washington. We've just got a lot of rain that's been falling out here. And then we have another flash flood warning in Texas for Brewster County. That's for all the way down here south of Marathon. Other than that, we just have our severe thunderstorm warnings going on across Minnesota and a couple in Nebraska as well. Kaysen, sleep well. Thank you very much for tuning in, my friend. We'll see you soon. All right, back up to our possible tornado threat, which might be increasing here. Looks like things are definitely tightening up a little bit near Nadawash. Although it doesn't look very organized, as it almost looks anticyclonic here. It might be anticyclonic. So we're going to see. We're going to watch this for another couple of radar scans and then make a decision on what we're going to do in terms of the broadcast tonight, if we're going to keep it going or call it off. Yeah, we've had a handful of anticyclonic cells over the last few weeks. When you talk about photographs, the type of photograph that is more favorable for those splitting supercells kind of looks like this. Whereas this is kind of difficult to show over the map here where everything is all messy. Those photographs are going to kind of look more like this. Whereas the ones that are more favorable for discrete supercells and tornadoes are going to be more of that fishhook kind of shape on your photograph. So tonight, obviously, we are in this environment over here on the right. We're in that one. And so we're getting those splitting supercells. We have the upper level support, but we don't have the most, perfect, flawless shear in the world. And now it does look like our tornado threat is going to be diminishing here. We're going to stay on for probably another, I don't know, 5 to 10 minutes. And if we're continuing to downtrend, then we will kill the broadcast at that point. But we did just get a new severe thunderstorm warning out here in Minnesota for areas like Bagley and Bemidji. And this is going to be including Becker, Beltrami, Clearwater, Hubbard, Monoman, and Polk counties here in Minnesota. So this is just one large severe thunderstorm warning downstream, headed right towards where Scott's family, Scott's brother and his family were at, which is at the Lower Red Lake here. So I hope they are prepared for that. Summer Dragoness says she's going to bed. So thank you very much for tuning in tonight. I really appreciate it, and have a good rest of your night. And that's that new severe thunderstorm warning, I believe, is what you're seeing at the top of your screen right now. Or maybe not. That is... Which one is that? Okay, that might have been one that got lifted. Yeah, it does look like our tornado threat is about to drop off a cliff here. for the evening. So let's take a quick moment to look at what the Storm Prediction Center has outlined for tomorrow, as there is going to be a little bit of a tornado threat into Michigan and New York tomorrow. So what we're looking at on our categorical outlook here, you can see there is a little bit of a risk for severe weather back down into the Central Plains towards Kansas, Colorado, and Nebraska, and then up in the northern Midwest for the Upper Peninsula of Michigan, as well as in northeastern Wisconsin. We also have a slight risk for severe weather. And then also out through New York and even into Vermont, we have a little bit of a risk for severe weather there as well. And so our tornado outlook for that, there is the slight possibility that we see a 2% region added out here, somewhere near the eastern Colorado to western Kansas / Nebraska panhandle type of region. It is possible that we see a 2% added there by some point tomorrow. But as of right now, our concern is restricted to a 2% for the UP and a 2% and a 5% up through New York into the Northeast. So, and then in terms of our wind threat, you can see that SIG 1 region outlined back towards the Great Plains. We have another risk for wind down in the southeast for Mississippi and Alabama. Our main meat and potatoes up in the UP, and then out in New York as well, we still have the risk for storms. You'll see two different severe not severe, SIG 1 areas highlighted on the map, 1 and 2. That's those hatched areas you're seeing in black. And then for our hail outlook, we're not expecting a giant hail day by any stretch, but we definitely could see some isolated pockets of large to very large hail around the eastern Colorado and western Kansas border. So that's kind of what we're looking for tomorrow. We might be going live tomorrow night, to be determined. Depends on what our tornado risk progresses as. We may have a couple chasers out in the field tomorrow as well. So that is something to look at. As we go forward in time, this is going to be for Wednesday. We're not really expecting anything crazy on Wednesday, and you'll see that the Storm Prediction Center has nothing issued for days 4 through 8, as we are expecting that ridge to take over the United States, and we're going to just be sitting in a lot of heat with mesoscale days. We're not going to be looking at any types of crazy severe weather going on, as we did get an upgrade for golf ball sized hail. So we now have a considerable severe thunderstorm warning in Minnesota for Douglas, Pope, and Todd counties. Excuse me. Give me a little water. Douglas, Pope, and Todd counties here in Minnesota. Considerable severe thunderstorm warning for some golf ball sized hail that could deal some significant damage. So we are in a little bit of a radar hole. Unfortunately, I can go from the Minneapolis radar and get a better look. Yeah, you can see those updrafts are looking solid, but nothing crazy that we're seeing. But again, this is tagged for golf ball sized hail. Brandon, thank you very much. And yes, Josh, this as Josh said, this is the most incredible broadcast or not broadcast outlook tool for the Storm Prediction Center. There's so many awesome features that our website has. You can go to the forecast page and you can use your own location. You can see it plugs in where I'm at out in Missouri, and it'll give you the current conditions in pretty good detail. Plus, it'll give you any warnings that you have in your area. And if you're within a risk for the time being, like for example, if I plug in Fargo, I don't know what the zip code of Fargo is. We're going to try 58102 and see if that'll work. Yeah. So you can see it does say that out there in the Fargo area, they are in an enhanced risk. So it'll give the current conditions. It'll also list what's going on in the next 5 days. So you can see they have a general thunderstorm risk on Wednesday. But if you click on today's Storm Prediction Center risk, it'll take you right to this page and give you all the details that you need to know from the Storm Prediction Center, and including a graphic that you can easily share with your friends and family. So let's say you're out here in Fargo and you want to show them this map right here. You can copy it just like this. And when you paste it, you will get like whatever map you have zoomed in on. Or you can just download the entire image, which will look like this. So it's a really, really useful tool for making sure that yourself and your friends and family can stay weather aware. You can use that tool on our website. I'm going to drop the link in the chat here. And there it is. Our director of website development, Josh, has done an incredible job with the website. It is just absolutely gorgeous and so functional. It's extremely useful. I highly recommend tapping into it. And I'm not just promoting this because we gain something from it. In fact, we gain nothing from people visiting our website. Our website's not monetized or anything like that. It is just simply a tool that is available. We gain nothing from driving traffic to the website. We gain nothing from people downloading the images and sharing them. We gain nothing from that, except, our logo being on the images, of course. But Weather Wisdom saying, great job tonight. Can you go live tomorrow in New York if possible? Yeah, I do plan to go live tomorrow night as long as the tornado risk doesn't fall apart in the morning. You live in New York, so that would be greatly appreciated. Of course. We will absolutely be out there tomorrow night, or we will be live tomorrow night, I should say. And we may have a storm chaser out in Colorado as well. Maybe even into New York. I don't know what Norman's thinking. I don't know how far that would be for him, to be honest. He's based in southeastern Ohio. I don't really know how far that drive is. All right. Let's see. 1 second here. I'm going to go ahead and disable my METAR to clean up. What have I done? To clean up our map a little bit here. Okay. Okay. The winds earlier this morning in South Dakota were super strong. Windmills collapsed from how strong they were. Yep, I saw that. We had 131 mile per hour wind gusts. I was literally sitting there tracking it while I was filming our forecast video this morning, which was kind of funny. All right. I'm going to give everything one last quick scan and make sure I'm not missing anything particularly important. And then we may go ahead and cut off the broadcast for tonight. So again, we do have this considerable severe thunderstorm warning that does have a little bit of weak rotation going on. I'm not concerned with it being tornadic, to be honest with you, at all. This one is tagged with golf ball sized hail and 60 mile per hour winds. And train spotters have in fact reported the hail threat. So we have had golf ball sized hail coming out of the storm just east of Alexandria here. Okay, and then back to the northwest of Fargo, our cluster of former supercells is still looking pretty solid in terms of producing a lot of hail, potentially. Not any like large hail, but definitely some hail and some wind as well. You can see some really fast winds getting in there at the mid levels. So this is a large severe thunderstorm warning for this cluster of cells. It's tagged for ping pong ball sized hail and 60-mile-per-hour winds. So that is basically all we have on the map right now, outside of a couple warnings in Nebraska, where we have a handful of cells trying to fire off. These are mostly going to be hail producers. I'm not expecting any kind of significant tornado risk with any of these, as this environment is not particularly favorable now that the warm front has passed. I am also glad that tonight's risk has underperformed. It definitely had a high ceiling, but it also had a low floor. It was just kind of one of those days. We chatted about that in the Discord earlier as well, with it just being kind of one of those weird days where you could easily see multiple strong tornadoes, and you could also see no tornadoes at all. It just largely depended on storm mode and a couple of other things as well. Also, if you want a brief preview into tomorrow, I'm going to drop the link in the chat to our most recent forecast video, as that will, you can just kind of skip the parts from today and jump right into what's going on for tomorrow so that you can stay weather aware. We're not going to be having a forecast video come out tomorrow, but we might be going live to cover the severe weather threat again that we talked about, which you can visualize yourself on our website. The severe weather threat that we talked about up in the Upper Peninsula into New York, and then also back into the Central Plains. So 3 different areas where we could see some severe weather. On that note, though, I think we are going to go ahead and kill things off for the night. Thank you so much to everybody for tuning in. Definitely make sure that you like and subscribe and leave a comment if you can. It would greatly help us in the algorithm. I would greatly, greatly appreciate it, as our #1 goal is to reach as large of an audience as we possibly can, so we can help people stay safe and stay weather aware. So again, thank you so much to everybody for tuning in tonight. Make sure you have notifications turned on, as we'll be going back, or we'll be getting broadcasting again soon. You can join our Discord at the link in the chat, courtesy of Bratton. And you can view any and everything that you need to at our website, WillBrattonWx.com, including forecasts, outlooks, and ways to get in touch with us, and ways to interact with us. So again, thank you so much for tuning in, and we will see you possibly tomorrow night. Everyone stay safe out there if you're back into the Northern Plains and in the Northern Midwest. And to answer this one last question before I go, yes, I love watching sports, especially soccer and hockey, more than anything else. I am a big-time sports guy. Go Blues and go St. Louis City. Also go Cardinals and go Mississippi State for everything. All right, that's all I got for you guys. Everyone have a great night. Stay safe out there, and we will see you guys possibly tomorrow.